Requesting all to kindly settle down so that we can start off with the event. Good afternoon to one and all present here. What could be more astonishing than seeing an amalgamation of present and future industrial leaders sitting together and flourishing on such a beautiful afternoon? Today's audience makes it evident that coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is a success. On this remarkable day, I, Devdarshini,
and I, Akshay,
welcome you all to day one of the 15th edition of annual flagship conclave of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, hrsummit 2023.
Creativity is a spark. It can be excruciating when we are rubbing two rocks together and getting nothing. And it can be intensely satisfying when the flame catches and a new idea sweeps across the world. That being said, we would like to commence the day with the lighting of the lamp. I request Dr. Vandana Sonavne, Director of SIOM, Mr. Gaurav Mehta, Associate Vice President of Human Resources at CVent, Dr. Yashomandira Kherde, Assistant Professor and Head of Corporate Relations at SIOM, Ms. Ondila De, the Convener of hrsummit Nashik 2023, and Mr. Pratik Ranjan, the Convener of hrsummit Delhi, to kindly grace us with their presence on the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to kindly take the seats.
In a world saturated with information, visualization is the beacon that guides viewers through the storm of content. With this, I would now request the IT Infra team to kindly play the corporate video.
Disruptions to the globally interconnected value chains, whether due to the pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, natural calamities, inflation, or technological inventions, have forced business organizations to re-examine and reimagine the long-established practices. Businesses across the globe are busy accelerating their transformation initiatives to address the new age vulnerabilities. most organizations foresee a significant shift in their supply chain strategies in response to the crisis. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management (SIOM), Nashik, under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, is a forerunner in the field of operations and supply chain, fueling the operations and supply chain talent pool for the industry since 2005.
SIOM pulsates with the vision of empowering and leading operations management for industry excellence and community at large. Organizations' health and sustainability today depends exclusively on its supply chain efficiencies and resilience. And as a niche institute in operations management, we feel responsible towards it.
With almost 1.5 decades of meaningful existence as India's pioneering institute offering MBA in operations, SIOM is synonymous to an operational excellence hub today. Augmenting industry requirements in response to the pandemic, SIOM's operations excellence integrates its expertise with the technology levers required to build a supply chain resilience in automation, robotics, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence in building the necessary skill sets in these areas.
Our flagship program, that's MBA in Operations Management, has an industry-acclaimed curriculum, a very high project content where students get an opportunity to learn in an experiential manner. This program is also collaborated with industry for its various courses like Six Sigma, project management, and many others.
Students take on live projects ranging from resource optimization, waste reductions, supply chain strategies, procurement and material handling, logistics network design, contingency planning, order fulfillment, inventory management, forecasting, supply and demand planning, and many more. Designed specifically for engineers, the dynamically curated MBA Operations Management Program course enables students to meet the updated industry competencies and capabilities, settling the needs of diverse sectors of the economy and grab lucrative profiles. We proudly appreciate our association with companies for campus placements, SAPs, and live projects. To extend its expertise to sectorial requirements and fill the void of operations professionals in the agribusiness sector. Exploiting its strategic location base at Nashik, SIOM launched an unparalleled MBA in Agri Operations in 2022, crafted to equip students with a comprehensive understanding, expertise in various aspects of the aggressively growing agritech and agribusiness operations. The carefully constructed curriculum addresses the competency and skill needs in the agri-operations field. Our holistic and multidisciplinary approach for students' learning includes technical expertise, leadership values, and social sensibility initiatives, resulting in ever-growing credibility amongst corporate recruiters. Industry interface is strategically woven with each endeavor, be it admissions, guest lectures, projects, internships, flagship event the hrsummit, consulting conclave, e-talks, mega cultural fest Drishti, TEDx, Spundan Day, and Operation Summit. SIOM confers the Operations Excellence Championship OPEX Champion title every year to the best industry performers in operations. SIOM provides customized certifications and training programs.
SIOM is one-stop shop for everything related to operations management. May it be projects, consultancy, knowledge sharing, and many others. I invite you to collaborate with us. Come, let's engage.
Thank you, team. So, Akshay, how does it feel to be part of such an amazing event?
I am embracing every single part of it.
I agree, Akshay. Life's true adventures await those who dare to embrace the moment with open arms. Harnessing technology to elevate human potential has an adage. In the digital era, the leaders blend technology seamlessly with exceptional people management skills. We are blessed with the presence of such industry leaders, which the hrsummit 2023 aims to bring under the overarching theme of HR Nexus, where connections thrive.
Embracing and empowering are reflexes that contribute to organizational success and productivity. Embracing change and empowering growth involves fostering a culture, encouraging innovation, learning, inclusiveness, and flexibility. Today, we are blessed to have industry leaders sharing their stories, challenges, courage, and wisdom under the theme Pivot, Embrace Change, Empower Growth.
Akshay, could you please elaborate the topic a little bit more to our audience?
Sure, Devrashini. From an industry point of view, Pivot is a proactive strategy change based on planning, preparation, and market research with a focus on achieving business sustainability and growth. If executed well, the benefits of Pivot can be impactful and highly transformational.
Throughout this event, we will eventually be addressing the answers to the questions such as how change management works, how to understand the working dynamics of mindful leadership, and a lot more.
Interesting. I believe our audience is as inquisitive as we are.
HR Summit 2023 would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors.
Skoda, our official title sponsor, AMT Group, our official co-title sponsor, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Royal Enfield, our official automotive partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner,
Maharashtra Times, our official Marathi news partner, Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Brewing Tales, our official food partner,
Radhika Herbal, our official beauty partner, 99 Pancakes, our official snacking partner, Outlook, our official magazine partner, Mojoko, our official drinks partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, The People Management, our official HR media partner,
Startup Talkie, our official media partner, Unstop, our official outreach partner, Magic Dust, our official gifting partner, DUBeat, our official media partner, Ishkia, our official global knowledge partner, and NoahFest, our official event listing partner. We extend our sincere thanks to the wonderful sponsors for their support. And with this, let us now move forward. The challenge of the future is more exciting than the stories of the past. The transformative past had a person, a woman, who laid down this institution's bricks. I am pleased to introduce Dr. Vandana Sonavne, founding member and director of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. She shifted to academics 28 years back after 12 years of corporate experience in the electronics, FMCG, and service sector with profiles in brand liquidation, logistics, service enhancement, sales and operation, supply chain management, and consulting.
Under her leadership, SIOM has bagged the Best Industry Interface and Best Industry-Oriented Curriculum Award every year since 2009. SIOM also received the prestigious Education Excellence Award 2018 from the Confederation of International Accreditation Commission Forum in Delhi. Dr. Sonavne is a recipient of the Distinguished Service Award for her contribution to fostering management research. She received the Indian Leadership Award for Education Excellence by All India Achievers Foundation, New Delhi, and the Outstanding B School Director Award in 2019. She is currently on the CII Maharashtra Manufacturing and Innovation Task Force and a co-convener of Industry Institute Collaboration at CII Northwest Maharashtra Zone. She is on the National Advisory Board of the SME Chamber of India. Dr. Sonavne acts as an independent director on the company boards. She is a member of the board of Symbiosis International Deemed University.
Her keen drive for competency building, technology-oriented, and corporate-linked learning systems has been the game changer, with the vision of empowering and leading operations excellence for industry and community at large. She pledges to constructively fuel transformation and leadership competencies to medium and small firms. It is an honor to have you lead us, ma'am. Over to you.
esteemed speakers, delegates, sponsors, faculty, staff, and of course, my dear students. It's indeed my privilege to welcome you to this HR Summit 2023. In fact, I've started calling it as HR extravaganza. Yeah. And this year particularly, I'm feeling that there is a very sea change in the way we are looking at the things that we do. Events, for example. Past 2 years have been sort of, wanting to come out of the shell again, wanting to feel normal, And so this year's HR Summit is actually like going back not to normal, but much better than the normal that we have experienced. And hence HR Summit 2023 is very, very special. And of course, this has been brought to you by the most excited students of the students team of SIOM. As an institute which is focused in creating operations and supply chain management competencies to the world at large, it's our endeavor to keep abreast of all the world happenings, particularly in the area of people management, and more importantly, not just limited to the happenings, but also to the key actors and the players who are amidst these happenings. That is the HR experts and professionals, the HR leaders. And this curiosity, this inquisitiveness to be closer to them, to these HR leaders during the times that they are handling, the radical times that they are handling, I think is the key drive of SIOM, hosting this particular event. People are indeed core to everything, absolutely everything, whether in our personal lives or professional lives or social lives, more so in social lives. So the dynamics of this human connection at workplace, it has evolved. It looks good and doable. Most of the softer things about HR looks very doable in your personal life. Yeah. But at workplace, where I always say it's a very transactional relationship that we have, how do things really work out at such workplaces? And I think that particularly in the face of the economic situations that we are going through, the curiosity is to really know how the leaders are handling it out there. Yeah. And hence HR Summit is based on the theme, as the compeers have just unveiled. The team has spent around 2 months exclusively working on the theme, because there are so many HR conferences that go on. And I mean, we have started talking of HR technology way back, 7 years back, I think. And we spoke of HR operations in 2015, probably, trying to improvise the operations in the domain of HR, trying to connect as operations experts to the field of and practitioners of HR. Those times we did speak of process excellence. But I think today, if you look at the core of process excellence, it has been transferred to AI and ML. Yeah, all those jobs. So how does one really connect these two dots of people management and HR technology? And that is why the theme coming out of these, deliberations. In fact, I'm sure there was a lot of learning to the team and all faculties who were a part of this theme finalization. So HR Nexus, where connections thrive, amalgamating the HR technology and the people management. And of course, we have 2 lampposts here. One lamppost is in Nashik, where we are today discussing the HR pivoting, embracing change and empowering growth. How does one really, energize these things through, of course, mindfulness and many other things. And the second lamppost is that which is in Delhi, where we are going to talk of ascending. We are going to talk of climbing this ladder of HR tech revolution. So very interesting themes, and hence I feel this is an arena where we all can really sit as learners, as experts, as practitioners, as academicians, as students, together and deliberate on the current things that are happening. HR Summit will articulate it very comprehensively. In fact, it will articulate the challenges and the opportunities that are paved by today's times. Yeah. And we have around 16 HR leaders here today and tomorrow, and another 12 in Delhi. I think it's really going to be a great fiesta and a great celebration for all of us. So I hope you all attendees here today, industry delegates who have spared time from their routine but yet busy schedule, yeah, to come here and sit and learn. I really hope that all of you will relish this sweet. All the things are not sweet, yeah. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sour, sometimes a bit spicy to talk to and enjoy things, yeah. All of these delicacies and nuggets that our esteemed speakers are going to share with us. So thank you, dear speakers, for traveling all the way to Nashik. Though the travel may take time, but the destination is awesome. I always promise people that the delight lies at the destination, that is Nashik. And of course, believe me, it is going to be the best retreat for you away from your workplaces. Thanks to all the sponsors who have believed in us. And I mean, the slide showed you how year on year, the association is growing. Yeah. And it's not just about the exchange that happens between the sponsor and the organizers. This symbiotic association of really, talking to people, understanding, bringing them on the same platform and enjoying the event together, yeah, owning the event together. I think that's what we've seen from our sponsors. And thanks to everyone who has really, been instrumental in this relationship. Of course, thanks to all the delegates from Nashik again. I'm sure all your curiosities in HR and the current challenges, or there's so many new things happening, right? But there are also some old things that you have to keep on hinging to. How does one really balance these things? That's what we are going to discuss here. And I think those curiosities have triggered you to be here. So please enjoy these 2 days. And lastly, of course, to all my SIOM students and the team that came here, this is the carnival for you. And so please, like you, go and enjoy the carnival and look at the colorful things, explore your thoughts, be adventurous with your perceptions, but go and check on the perceptions that you have while this people share their experiences and share their, I think more than the academic thing, more of life experiences with you. And please enjoy the vibrant interactions. Welcome to each one of you, and thank you everyone for making this occasion. I always tell my team who is planning this is where the rubber meets the road. And if all of us go back satisfied, enjoyed through networking, and of course through knowing from each other, learning from each other, this is going to be a great occasion for all of us. Thank you so much.
They say all you need is a plan, a roadmap, and the courage to press on to your destination. And with your insightful speech, ma'am, I'm sure we have got the motivation to work towards our goals. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening words.
Without much further ado, let us move ahead with the first keynote of the day. The topic of the keynote address is Hype versus Real-World HR, Tech, Touch, and Thought. Despite technological advancements, there exists a disparity between the implementation and application of innovations in the real world. Hence, it becomes important to explore the differences between technology and the human touch. The keynote discussion is pertinent to the evolution of thought processes in HR practices. Through this keynote, we'll be dissecting the latest HR tech trends and their potential impact on the workplace. Addressing the same, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Gaurav Mehta, Associate Vice President of Human Resources at CVent. He has over 23 years of multi-industry background across IT products, ITES, and infrastructure domains, with exposure to investment, promotion, and board interfacing, he has navigated diverse corporate landscapes with finesse, having closely collaborated with global leadership and senior stakeholders across Pan-India, APAC, EMEA, and North America. Mr. Gaurav has thrived in highly matrixed reporting environments. He is an alumnus of Asian Institute of Management, Manila, a Harvard co-founded business school. Because learning never stops, he is currently pursuing PhD from the Tata Institute of Social Science in the area of emerging technologies in human resource management.
With a true passion for designing sustainable HR programs, he skillfully combines people analytics, HR technology, human behavior, and business strategy to attract, engage, and retain top talent. Mr. Gaurav's extensive experience includes working with organizations like GE Capital, Hughes Software Systems, and Reliance ADA in the roles like deploying talent strategy, establishing HR operations from scratch, instituting performance management, driving change management, and fostering a positive organizational culture, showcasing his true HR visionary prowess. I'm sure we are all eager to hear it from none other than Mr. Gaurav Mehta. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Mehta on the stage. It's an honor to have you, sir. The session will be continued for 25 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Over to you, sir.
That's all right. Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Vanda ma'am, for setting a strong foundation to the start of the event. As you say, carnival, I would say. It's great to be here. I really feel energized. I feel younger. The picture which you just saw, this is me in person. That's AI. That's what AI did to me, right? So it's not an old picture. That's what AI did to me, right? So anyways, I was sharing with Vanda ma'am that all these events, what's the main objective of these events? Mainly three things, right? To leave you energized, to leave you inspired, and to leave you hungry for more. And that's what we will try to do here. All the industry practitioners, thanks for coming. I know Nashik is not an easy place to reach, but believe me, I haven't slept the entire night. But the energy I see, the OM I feel in SIOM, the vibrations I feel great. I don't feel sleepy at all, right? And believe me, it's not the Red Bull and the coffee I had, right? Okay, so operations management and HR, what's really the connection? And that's what I was asking Harsha. And I asked him that how many students opt for HR? I did not get a clear answer. So the smiles and the laughs say it all. But believe you me, you all need it in your everyday lives. And you need to differentiate what is real world HR and what's all the hype around it. And that's why I'm here to uncover, right? We will start with the presentation, but before that, I got to tell the students that the X which you have here, you got it right before Elon Musk could get it, right? So you're on target. Don't worry, you've done a great job with the X in there. Great. So let's have the presentation. I think I have to point there, right? It's on, yeah. Okay, so we're talking about three themes here, right? let's look at the definition of HR, right? The unofficial psychologist, lawyer, event planner, teacher, peacemaker, sorry, I said pacemaker, but yes, pacemaker also holds good out there. Career planner and detective. Oh my God, right? Someone who will gladly accept your cousin's daughter, roommates, chowkidars, guards, relatives' CV. That's what HR is, right? That's what we think. I'm gonna really open your eyes, right? No, that's not what HR is. It's just one of those human elements which you see in there, right? Going ahead with the slide, why I have this slide is because this is what we perceive the real world HR to be. How many of you agree with it or disagree with it? Agree. Raise your hands. There is our understanding, very rudimentary, distant understanding of this is what HR is all about. This is what HR does day to day, right? Now, my CEO says, why do we need HR? You know, you as it is don't do anything yourself. I'll give an example. Recruitment, we can outsource to RPO, recruitment process outsourcing. The sourcing of candidates is done by somebody sitting outside the office. Onboarding is outsourced to a managed services agency. IT assets delivery, onboarding, training, everything is outsourced, right? The new hire orientation, everything is outsourced. Now it's self-paced new hire orientation, right? Let's come to the next one. Psychologist. We have introduced employee assistance portal. You think that you're not mentally fine, go get in touch with our EAP vendor, right? Background verification is outsourced. Be a detective out there, outsourced, right? What else is outsourced? The events like these to energize, outsourced. The engagement functions, outsourced, right? So what are you doing yourself? Where's the value being added? And that's the reason that CEOs are more demanding nowadays. Why? Because for every process of HR, you have a vendor sitting out in the market doing a very specialized job, and you would love to outsource it to him or her, right? But the very fact that there is a specialized vendor sitting out there to do that job, I would want to bring your focus back to a very specialized vendor, right? It is a specialized job. It's a diverse job. You can't expect so many things out of just one department, right? It's like my wife telling me, you can't expect me to work, get the money, cook food, take care of the child, take care of her parents, and also spend personal time with you. Just not possible, right? So this, I mean, just laying down some facts over here. Let's go to the next one. I thought that the best thing to uncover this is going by 3 themes: tech, touch, and the third one we'll see, right? Let's talk about tech first. Thought, I will explain why I'm not talking about it. I'll explain why. Tech. How many of us in the student fraternity know the full form of GPT over here? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. And tomorrow I have a session, by the way, a specialist coming to give a demo on GPT. Just one person. That's it. That's all I see. That's all I see, right? So these are just reflections, right? And I'll cover all this in brief and leave you hungry for more, right? AI. Do we know the difference between generative and conversational AI? Do we know what machine learning is all about? What is deep learning all about? What is LLM? large language modeling, which is the basis for GPT, which is generative, progressive, transformer, right? RPA, robotic process automation, and meta. Nowadays, meta has a very broad term. Anything which is disruptive, which questions the status quo, is meta. And metaverse is one of them, but meta broadly is what it means, right? Do we have an understanding about it? All we need to have is an understanding about it. Why? Because a simple automation can be done through macros on Excel, can be done through a bot, and can be done through something like GPT or AI. AI is like the universe, generic, artificial intelligence. That's the way we use it. That's the context, right? That's what we need to know, right? Now, what tech in real world doing for us? And believe me, HR is the, I would say, the second largest spender when it comes to spending on technology. I was at the biggest HR tech conference yesterday in Gurgaon by People Matters. 4,000 to 5,000 people attended that, right? And believe me, something like that happens in Vegas with 15,000 people in person and 20,000 people hooked on to Zoom or the virtual attendee hub, right? So it's that big, right? What they say is anything to do with human resource management will be like a $500 billion industry in the coming days, right? So what tech is doing for us nowadays? And you would be amazed to see that no more the recruiter is going to 100 resumes, opening it, keeping the job description on one screen and keeping the CV on the second screen and matching it. Or gone are those days of CV parsing. You understand parsing, right? Basically, the text is parsed from the CV. And if I need somebody from Java, it says, well, Java is repeated 6 times in the resume. It's a good match. Very simplistic approach to screening resumes. What AI is doing for us is, it will look at the role, it will take out those 6 top skills. Every skill will have a proficiency level and it will give me the proficiency level for the candidate. This is his or her CV. So it's that advanced now. Now you would ask, whatever he has written on the CV, how would you find that if it's true or false? How would you find that's the right representation of his or her work? That's called CV validation. For senior positions, we pay lakhs of rupees to the consultants to do CV validation, by the way. For senior profiles, right? It's that expensive to get a CV validation done. But if I am interviewing a full stack developer, I want to know that if he has done the front end and the back end for software development, is he speaking the truth or not? That's when it comes to conversational probing. Conversational AI is nothing but it will ask you questions. The bot will ask you questions in a very conversational, human-like way and will probe. And it will give me a score. Well, he had 3 used cases for front end, but for back end, he had 10 used cases. So he's a better fit for back end. It's 60% of front end and 90% of back end. That's the kind of CV validation AI can do for us. Also, it will stack rank that CV or that candidature against the market and against the internal candidates, because internal candidates is part of the market. It's a subset of the market, right? After that, After that, if you want a second layer of validation, it can get data from LinkedIn. LinkedIn, if you see, your peer group certifies you for certain skills. It's very unstructured data. GitHub is very unstructured data. We are talking about skills blockchain now. So it will go through a second layer of validation if you want. And it will give us a validated stack rank of this candidate. Also, depending on the proficiency level, it will recommend a compensation level for that candidate. And that compensation level is a triangulated one. How it's triangulated? We get data from Aon Mercers of the world, Radfords of the world, Deloitte's of the world, right? That data is further validated with what the recruiters have. Because that data, that range, market range from 10th percentile to 90th percentile has to be mapped. Why? Because recruiters are also sourcing hundreds of resumes on a daily basis, right? The data, the compensation data and the exit data. The HRBPs are doing exit interviews when people are leaving. So the entry data, recruiter data, and the exit data is mapped on the range. And with respect to the proficiency level of the candidate, it throws a number, right? And it schedules the interviews with the hiring manager or the subject matter experts, collates the feedback, and generates the offer. It is as simple as that. No, it's not as simple. It is very complicated in the back end, believe me. This is what real world HR is, and this is what tech is doing for us, right? So now, do you see a huge difference between how we started and what we are doing now? So now tell me, does HR deserve some applause that this is what we are doing in the real world? Right? Thank you. And why, as operations management, you would want to know this? You would want to know this because you would want to demand for it from your HR if your HR is not doing this. The exposure part. Remember, I spoke about three things: energized, inspired, and exposure. You know, leave you hungry for more. This is the exposure part for you. Let's go ahead. Let's touch upon predictive analytics. Most of the reporting till date is more of descriptive and in the past. It has happened. My country head says your attrition for the last 12 months is 8%. Regrettable. What do I do now? Can you predict it for me? Can you tell me, can you give me an early warning who will leave? We tried a lot of things, a lot of permutation combinations, but believe me, tech cannot do everything for you. We work an R, right? Something as simple as that for predictive analytics. But it's the choice of variables which make a difference. If you don't have the right variables, it will throw wrong data. It's as simple as that, right? What we did was we brainstormed and we said, well, you know, we give all the freedom to our employees to browse anything and everything on the office laptop, on the office network. Anything and everything means within the confines, right? Not what you do in your leisure time, right? So within the confines, what we saw is that we can get a lot of credible data from an employee's browsing history. Like how many times he or she has clicked on apply or jobs, or how many times the applicant tracking system like Workday, Greenhouse, the person has visited for other companies. All these applicant tracking systems, right? What is the browsing history like on LinkedIn, right? The social media basically, right? What kind of messaging is he doing or she's doing on Slack or on the official messenger? Combine it with his position to market. Position to market means, is he a poachable resource? Why? Because companies would not hire him or her at P75 or P90. If he's a P25, an average performer, he or she is a sitting duck for us, right? When was the last promotion? His or her peer group takes an average of 2 years to promote, but he or she has not been promoted in the last 3 years. And the kind of attrition we had, like 6% attrition we had, what is the persona match? So 6% attrition, let's look at 6% attrition. We are looking at mostly males in the 25 to 30 year bracket, all campus recruits. I'm going to need 15 minutes more, sorry. So, persona, from a tier 2 cities, campus recruit, there is a persona match. And if the match is like good 60, 70%, we know that's another variable to catch on. Believe you me, our early warning system with these variables is 85% accurate. 85% accurate. Can you beat that? I can tell that employee is going to leave us within the next 3 months. It's that accurate. It's 85% accuracy. Right? That's what HR is doing. So if he or she is a hyper or a hypo, a high performer or a high potential, we do a retention conversation with him without telling him that we have been stalking him or her. Right? He or she is a subject in one of the algos we are running. Right? This is what HR is doing, and these are all used cases, believe me. Right? So a lot about tech, believe me. I have a lot of use cases, but there are some downers also. This is what Workday looks like. It's an ERP, very boring, very difficult navigation. It comes with training guides, videos. Just to do a hiring action, it has 8 to 10 steps. And this is what Swiggy looks like. Pixel group, I'm sorry for the pixelated image. You have to train me on that. The pixel cult or the group, right? Anyways, but yes, I mean, can we have this simplified as this? That will take us ages, believe me. Why? Because this was built 10 years, 12 years, 15 years back. And that's what we're struggling with, right? All real world HR, the hype is there. I showed you some use cases, but yes, there's the dark side also to it, right? So this is all about tech, and the other downside with tech is it can take care of your blacks and white. It cannot take care of your grays. When I say grays, it is your employee relations, disciplinary issues, posh sexual harassment like matters, which are very sensitive. It cannot take care of, it can throw numbers or DNI, but cannot solve for issues around DNI. DNI is diversity and inclusion, right? So it can take care of black and whites, but cannot take care of the grays. So if your HR career is around the grays, you're safe, right? But if it's not, you better pivot to the tech part, right? So this is all about tech. Now, let's come to touch. The second theme, and believe me, nowadays HR departments are not siloed conventionally. HR operations, compensation and benefits, COE, talent acquisition. It is actually themed as tech, touch, and thought. Because HR operations, TA, all the departments, the foundation is tech for transactions. For the gray part, which tech cannot do, the foundation is touch, high touch. Are you able to touch your employees in the sense, do you have the employee pulse? Now, we said, well, we want to build something different, and the employee experience has to revolve around aspirations. In India, 3 biggest aspirations. I want to own a house. We take loans. The house costs us double the money, but it has a lot of emotional value to us. We want to own a house. We want to own a car, and we want to invest in children's education and nowadays our own development also. I don't mind paying 3 to 5 lakh rupees for a certification in coaching, because I know that's the gray part which will keep me safe in the corporate world, right? So I don't mind spending that money. So these are the 3 aspirations, and we said that we will create employee experiences around it. How? Whenever somebody buys a home, we said that we don't have to put a down payment. We don't have to finance. We said that we will have a 10,000 worth gift for the housewarming when he or she shifts. And also, it's a proud moment. The employee can post it on Slack, my new house, and work from home. We also, as bosses, we make sure that the person has a isolated, quiet workstation at his or her place, right? Now, what happens? The HR business partner knows that this person has bought a house deep in loan, not going anywhere, because that person is from Lucknow, bought a house in Gurgaon, offices in Gurgaon, not going anywhere, not going to Bangalore. We will not lose him or her to any other tech companies in Bangalore, right? The pulse is there. You see how it works, right? It's the latent thing which we are achieving. That's very obvious. Car. We introduce car lease. You buy a car worth 10 lakhs. It's part of a salary, right? You pay an EMI of say about 50,000 rupees. You save 30% tax on it. Because you save 30% tax, your money, the in-hand income per month has increased. If you leave before the 4-year tenure of the EMIs, there's a foreclosure charge. And it's also expensive to just leave and give the car back, because you have to pay a lot upfront, right? And new company would not cover for it. That's what the car lease does, aspiration, right? The third one, education. We have said, well, you know what? It's education at work. If we think that it will help you to perform better, we will pay say about $1,000. No questions asked. Or if your son or daughter has achieved 90% marks, we will felicitate, or we'll pay a quarter fees. Right? Something as simple as that, high touch. To the extent that when we hire people from NITs, students with, from the rural background, whose parents cannot travel because they cannot meet the budget, right? We fund their tickets to come by air and attend the graduation ceremony, right? Small, small things. When you all have your exams, what do you need at night? Food, junk food, right? Right? And coffee. What we do is we send gourmet hampers to our selected students to the campuses so that they can eat, have coffee, and do well in their exams. And again, their fellow students who could not get selected with our organization, they feel envious about it, right? Oh my God, your organization has sent you a gourmet food basket. Wow, great. So these are the employee experiences which we have weaved around high touch. Does not require a lot of money, believe me, right? I have a lot of examples. I can just go talk, talk on high touch. But yes, we will cut the session a little short. But I want to go ahead and just let you know that this is another thing which we did. What we said is 10% of our top performing, high potential population, we want to keep them happy. How we will keep them happy? We call it hooks at play per year. Quarterly, for every high performer, high potential, top 10%, we see that is there something coming his or her way. इस क्वार्टर प्रमोशन आ रही है, दूसरे क्वार्टर बोनस मिल रहा है, तीसरे क्वार्टर we are awarding or giving him a larger responsibility by changing his or her scale, scope, or complexity of the job he or she is doing. Meaty assignments is what we call it, right? Fourth quarter, also we have planned something, or if there's nothing, there is personal time being spent by the head of the department if we have nothing, right? Personal time, the HOD has to connect every week with that person or once in a fortnight. Just because author experiment, simple, giving attention feels important, right? It takes nothing, no money, just monitoring that. And believe me, we have a 95% hypo retention. 95% people within that hypo do not leave us. That's what HR does and will do for all you guys when you join the workforce. If they're not, demand for it, right? Tell them I can do a better job. If they are not, you do it, right? Now let's come to thought. When I say thought, I'm talking about thought leadership. I'm talking about how you want to build culture, how you want to build the blocks of an organization, the building blocks of an organization. This stayed with me. This is a straight lift off from one of the presentations given by CEO of Nagaro. So I don't want to take the credit. I want to give the credit to him. Nagaro has 20 offices worldwide. Revenue of they will touch $1 billion very soon. Believe me, right? 32% CAGR. You would not believe they don't have any headquarters. Symbols in organizations are very important. Headquarter is a symbol of powerhouse. They decided we will not have a powerhouse, no headquarters. There's no organization chart in there. Can you beat that? No CFO, not that they don't do financial planning. There's a committee. There's an FP&A committee, but no CFO. No sales targets. Why? Because they say that sales targets will limit your success. Because if I have given you 15%, you will chase only 15%, even if you could do 25 or 30%, right? No visible designations. I don't know whom am I talking to, right? No special perks. Everybody gets the same insurance. Everybody gets the same benefits. No central strategy setting. Even in fact, when they do their annual management meeting, it's telecasted to everybody, right? It's that transparent, right? And what we have is continuous reinvention, great collaboration, and the co-founders through M&As, when you acquire, what happens? The co-founders leave. But it's 100% co-founder retentions from their M&As. Can you beat that? Thought leadership, right? Now, this is not on the slide, and this is what I could do from a thought leadership perspective. When I was with Reliance, right? Training department used to be perceived as parking space. Not performing, park him or her in training and development. Training calendar will coordinate trainings, tick in the box, attendance, nominations, blah, blah, blah. I told the business heads, they're the CEOs of their own businesses. I told them, tell me what keeps you awake at night. Tell me your 3 vexing business issues. Around those vexing business issues, we articulated that we created 3 master black belt projects. Those 3 master black belt projects further broken down into smaller green belt projects, cross-functional in nature. And imagine who was coordinating that? The training department. The training department from a parking space became the epicenter of change management at Reliance. How? You only change the structure. In a lot of case studies, you will read, the Harvard case study, structure follows strategy, strategy follows structure, right? All you did was change the structure. I told them, don't have a calendar. As the project moved, we gave them those trainings which they wanted, which they were thirsty for. The group said, oh, you know what? We want training in 6 Sigma. Give them training in 6 Sigma. We want training in analytics. Give them training in analytics. We want training is how a cross-functional department works, how a cross-functional team works. CFTs, basically. We gave them training around CFTs. And that's when they absorbed it the most. As they progressed, we gave them trainings. And that's when it was most appreciated. Thought leadership is what HR provides, right? Well, I had my time. Thanks a ton for being patient and listening to all the used cases. And thank you everyone. I feel great to be here. I hope all of these use cases stay with you and inspire you and leave you hungry enough to ask for more from your respective HR departments when you join organizations. Thank you. Have a great day ahead. Thank you. Q&A? Okay. Do we have the time for Q&A? I thought I'll skip it.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, Q&A.
Sir, we shall now move on to the Q&A part.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
This is Akshay Ragushe from Operations Management Batch 2325. So thank you for your wonderful insights. So I would like to ask you, how can HR professionals implement emotional quotient strategies in workplace to foster a more empathetic and emotionally intelligent environment, which ultimately...
Can you pass on the question? There's a lot of echo in there. I'll just read it in case you've written it there. There's a lot of echo.
The first question.
Thank you, Harsha. This is the one? Okay, you've got a beautiful handwriting. How can HR professionals implement emotional quotient strategies in workplace to foster a more empathetic, emotionally intelligent environment for employee satisfaction, productivity, etc.? Is that a question?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Great. My favorite question, right? So, the worst part is that this is not taught in books. This is not taught in case studies, right? This is a life skill, right? And the environment rubs onto you. Believe you me. Like you see good vibes in here. You see the clubs, very mindful ones. You see, thank you, Vanda ma'am, for the kind of corporate interfacing you have, right? The kind of exposure you're getting from the practitioners. The point I'm trying to draw is it's the environment around you which rubs onto you, which you absorb. You can't, it's a learned behavior to a certain extent, but it's a learned behavior when you got role models around you, right? So culture is mostly top down, believe me. And if the leadership lives by those values, by those virtues of, being emotionally intelligent to the workforce, right? It will rub onto you. If it doesn't rub onto you, you will have to ship out. It's as simple as that. But you got to play your part to create that environment. You got to be that change agent. So it starts with you. Remember that. All right? I know a very complicated answer to a very simple question, but you have to be the change agent. Right? You have to be part of that environment to create that environment. Because it's not learned in books, it cannot be taught. It's a life skill. It has to be absorbed. As simple as that. Right?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pratik Deshmukh from 22-24 batch. And thank you so much for such an insightful session with so many insightful knowledge and concepts we got to know. And my question is related to the concept of digital nomad and how does it affect today's real world HR scenario, as it has changed the whole concept of logistics as well, because digital nomad is a person who can work from anywhere with just the availability of internet connection. So how does it changes this current scenario?
We're talking about personalization in the internet age?
Yes, sir. Basically a digital nomad who's working from anywhere where there is an internet connection.
So what are the challenges is what
Yes.
you're asking?
What are the challenges that HRs are facing in order to incorporate these employees who are working from everywhere?
So it's a capitalist world, right? Digital nomads, or we call it digital natives, right? There is no escape from it. And the digital natives will have to come to the office. If not 5 days, 6 days a week, at least 1 to 2 days a week, believe me. And I'll tell you why. Because it is a capitalistic world. The government will want you to come to the office to have the multiplier effect. They would want you to fill the gas in the car, buy a belt, buy new shirts. The real estate will go down if, the commercial real estate is what I'm talking about. If it's not, if the inventory is unsold, right? It's got a cascading effect, right? The economy has to run. So let's fathom with it that digital nomads, the remote working is here, but it will be partial, it will be quasi, right? I would say it's a phenomena which will probably get normalized. It will not die, but it will get normalized, right? Now the challenges, coming to the challenges. The power of an in-person event like this versus all of us doing this over Zoom or Teams, do you think you would get the same experience?
No.
Do you think you would feel the same energy? Do you think you would get the same vibes? Do you think you would get to observe the Twitter X here? No, right? Not really, right? So it will get normalized. There are challenges, no doubts about it. The biggest challenge we have is that for culture building or change management around culture, what used to take us, those nudges, push and pulls, what used to take us 6 months, now takes us a year. The process has slowed down. But that's where tech is coming to save us. There are companies which have a layer, a business operating system, a layer sitting on their ERPs. For example, you understand ERPs, right? Right? This tech, there's your learning management system, there is your HRMS, there is your Messenger, Outlook, but there's a business operating system, a custom one sitting on all those ERPs. So if I want to give a nudge to a specific talent group, I know the 2022 batch which joined us, they're not performing up to that level. Through their business operating system, I can give them a nudge. Hey, you know what? You guys are not performing as good as what the 2021 batch did. I can give a nudge. I can do some push communication. I can do some pull communication, right? So that's where tech comes to save us. Specific talent groups with specific problems, right? So I don't know if I'm able to answer that question, but maybe partially, but yes, it will normalize. Tech is there to save us.
Thank you so
That's the underline. Yeah.
Due to paucity of time, we'll take one more question.
Let's take the last one.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I am Shreyas Jadhav from OM batch 2325. My question is regarding the recruitment process. Like when the stats and everything which you discussed, the use of technology which is being used while recruitment, how can human touch be impactful? Like if we combine human touch to the statistical data which we get by the technologies, AI and ML, how much more it will be impactful while recruiting, and at what stage it will be implemented in?
Okay, so I told you, tech can only solve for the black and the white.
Yes.
The relationship part, the emotional part, it cannot solve for, right?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of organizations, remember the Great Resignation happened immediately after COVID got over, right? For every 5 offers given, 1 used to join, because the remaining 4 used to be in the offer mandi. We used to call it offer mandi. You take offer from us and then you negotiate with the other company. That's what used to happen, right? But from 1 out of 5, we achieved 3 out of 5 with that human touch, not with tech, believe me, right? What we used to do was, once the offer is out and people had started to come to the office, we did something which we never did. You know, for example, we're doing a hackathon. We used to invite them for hackathons. If you're doing a company-wide, we used to call them for company-wide. You know, if there is an event happening, Holi event or Diwali celebrations, we used to call them, which never used to happen before. So inclusivity increased, right? Keeping them warm. There was a specific cadence around those touch points with the offered candidate. I'm not saying that we achieved 5 on 5, we achieved 3 on 5, which was still better for that time of Great Resignation. But yes, that's what we did, right? Tech will not solve for it, believe me. Tech will not solve for it. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a ton.
Thank you, sir. The beautiful thing about learning is nobody can take it away from you. Thank you, sir, for sharing your priceless knowledge with us. We learned a lot of practical work applications pertaining to the topic hype versus real-world HR.
It's indeed a pleasure to host Mr. Mehta. We would now take a moment to felicitate him with a memento as a token of our gratitude.
I would request Dr. Yashomandira Kherde, Assistant Professor and Head of Corporate Relations at SIOM, to kindly do the honors. We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Skoda, our official title sponsor, Radhika Hotel, our official beauty partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, and Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Let us have a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure you are all enjoying this enriching journey of knowledge sharing. However, in order to recharge and refresh our minds, let us take a short break of 10 minutes starting now. The refreshments will now be served at your tables.
Our HR Summit student team is around the campus. Feel free to reach out to any of us for any assistance.
Happy
Happy
networking.
Let's you and me step out and see how blue the sky, how tall the trees. Let's you and I step out, how tall the trees. Let's you and I step out to find how far we go, how deep the sea.
With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Shkoda Kushak and Slavia are India's safest family. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Shkoda Kushak and Slavia are India's safest family cars.
How blue the sky, how tall the trees. Let's you and me step out and see how blue the sky, how tall the trees. Let's you and I step out to find
With a
how
5-star
far
global
we
NCAP rating,
go,
Shkoda
how
Kushak
deep
and
the
Slavia are India's
sea.
safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Shkoda Kushak and Slavia are India's safest family cars.
Let's you and me step out and see how blue the sky, how tall the trees. Let's you and I step out to find how far we go, how deep the sea.
Or technological inventions have forced business organizations to re-examine and reimagine
With a
the
5-star global
long-established
NCAP rating,
practices.
Shkoda Kushak and Slavia are India's
Businesses across
safest
the globe
family
are
cars.
busy accelerating their transformation initiatives to address the new age vulnerabilities. Most organizations foresee a significant shift in their supply chain strategies in response to the crisis. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management (SIOM), Nashik, under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, is a forerunner in the field of operations and supply chain, fueling the operations and supply chain talent pool for the industry since 2005.
SIOM pulsates with the vision of empowering and leading operations management for industry excellence and community at large. Organizations' health and sustainability today depends exclusively on its supply chain efficiencies and resilience. And as a niche institute in operations management, we feel responsible towards it.
With almost 1.5 decades of meaningful existence as India's pioneering institute offering MBA in operations, SIOM is synonymous to an operational excellence hub today. Augmenting industry requirements in response to the pandemic, SIOM's operations excellence integrates its expertise with the technology levers required to build a supply chain resilience in automation, robotics, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence in building the necessary skill sets in these areas.
Our flagship program, that's MBA in Operations Management, has an industry-acclaimed curriculum, a very high project content where students get an opportunity to learn in an experiential manner. This program is also collaborated with industry for its various courses like Six Sigma, project management, and many others.
Students take on live projects ranging from resource optimization, waste reductions, supply chain strategies, procurement and material handling, logistics network design, contingency planning, order fulfillment, inventory management, forecasting, supply and demand planning, and many more. Designed specifically for engineers, The dynamically curated MBA Operations Management Program course enables students to meet the updated industry competencies and capabilities, settling the needs of diverse sectors of the economy and grab lucrative profiles. We proudly appreciate our association with companies for campus placements, SAPs, and live projects. To extend its expertise to sectorial requirements and fill the void of operations professionals in the agribusiness sector. Exploiting its strategic location base at Nashik, SIOM launched an unparalleled MBA in Agri Operations in 2022. Crafted to equip students with a comprehensive understanding, expertise in various aspects of the aggressively growing agritech and agribusiness operations. The carefully constructed curriculum addresses the competency and skill needs in the agri-operations field. Our holistic and multidisciplinary approach for students' learning includes technical expertise, leadership values, and social sensibility initiatives, resulting in ever-growing credibility amongst corporate recruiters. Industry interface is strategically woven with each endeavor, be it admissions, guest lectures, projects, internships, flagship event the hrsummit, consulting conclave, e-talks, mega cultural festrishti, TEDx, Spundun Day, and Operation Summit. SIOM confers the Operations Excellence Championship OPEX Champion title every year to the best industry performers in operations. SIOM provides customized certifications and training programs.
SIOM is one-stop shop for everything related to operations management, may it be projects, consultancy, knowledge sharing, and many others. I invite you to collaborate with us. Come, let's engage.
Disruptions to the globally interconnected value chains, whether due to the pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, natural calamities, inflation, or technological inventions, have forced business organizations to re-examine and reimagine the long-established practices. Businesses across the globe are busy accelerating their transformation
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, a big thanks to Dev Darshini and Akshay for driving the first half of the day one of Nashik chapter of HR Summit 2023. This is your host Shreya
and Emmanuel
for the rest of the day. Emmanuel, what should be the ideal identification of a mindful leader?
I believe a mindful leader is someone who embraces changes with an open heart and a focused mind.
Well, to discuss the same, we would now kickstart the event with our first panel discussion of the day to facilitate the understanding of mindful leadership. Bringing glory to the dais, let me introduce you to Ms. Beena Bilani. She holds the pivotal position of Head of Human Resources, Fashion and Lifestyle at Geo, where her strategic expertise and dedication continue to shine. She has been shaping the landscape of HR practices for more than 17 years. Her journey started with a postgraduate diploma in business management from the esteemed Goa Institute of Management. Her career span includes diverse verticals, including talent management, diversity, and corporate communication.
Having left her mark at various companies such as Sesa Goa Limited, Vedanta Limited, Wipro, and SLK, she has accumulated a wealth of knowledge across multiple industries. She has also worked as an HR consultant and freelancer, where she showcased her versatile expertise guiding businesses on the path to success. Her passion for creating an inclusive culture and promoting a collaborative work environment continues to inspire her teams. Her dedication to empowering employees and driving organizational excellence has earned her the respect and admiration of her colleagues and peers. Her journey so far serves as an inspiration to all of us. I would now request her to please join. I'm so sorry. Yes. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Beena Bilani.
Due to some unavoidable conditions, our distinguished speaker, Ms. Arpana Vishwas Rao, Chief Human Resources Officer at Raymond Consumer Care, could not join us today. We wish her a speedy recovery and look forward to hosting her again at some point in time in future. Moving ahead, we would now welcome Ms. Aparna Sharma, Independent Director on Corporate Boards, Baroda BNP Paribas AMC Limited, who is an HR practitioner, board member, academician, best-selling author, and motivational speaker. After completing her post-graduation in personal management and industrial relations from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, Ms. Aparna made her foray into corporate world through NOSIL and moved into different roles in HR function in organizations like Monsanto, Novartis, UCB, Deutsche Bank, and Lafarge and Greaves Scotland.
With over 27 years of experience in HR across different verticals, she is currently contributing as a board mentor with various boards and as an advisor to various corporates in areas such as strategic leadership, planning, organization behavior, and strategy for boardroom effectiveness, organization culture, and development, leadership relationships, temperamental traits, and derailment factors within boards. We are happy to have you on board, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Aparna Sharma.
The panel discussion will be of 40 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A questions round. I request all the delegates to please ask their question with a raise of their hands. To add the transactional flow to this discussion, I request Dr. Vandana Sonavne, Director at SIOM, to please join the panel as the moderator. Over to you, ma'am. The panel is all yours.
Check, check. Good afternoon again. You can see I'm to my left and right, we have stalwarts in HR, and both of them are going to share with us their experiences. Our topic is mindful leadership. Yeah, cultivating a flourishing working place ecosystem. This word has been in vogue for quite a long time now. Everyone is going back to minding the mind. Yeah. Amidst the chaos that companies and leaders operate in today's times, what is this leadership style like? You know, what are these leaders like? And we are going to hear a lot about it from Beena and from Aparna there. But we want to start in a different way. Women as we are, creative as ever. Yeah. So I'll ask Aparna to initiate that first 1 minute exercise.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, all right. Are we trying to get that off? Okay, all right. So I'm going to do something and you have to follow what I do. Okay, so can I request everyone to stand up? It's the afternoon session, and you know what the afternoon session is called? It's called the graveyard session, because it's perfect for Shavasana, right? And madam is a yoga coach as well, which I just learned, okay? So I'm going to do something which you have to follow, okay? So can everybody at the back also see me? Pakka? Okay. So finger on your lips. Sir, आपने कुछ किया नहीं. All right. Okay. Okay. So you saw what I said. What did I say? And what did I do? Cheek. How many of you listened to what I said, but some others, irrespective of what I said, you did what I did? Right? So that is what happens in leadership also, right? We listen to what people say, but we actually follow leaders. So this exercise was more waking up and to make sure, are you mindful of what is being said? Are you only hearing or you're listening? Actively listening. And there is a difference between the two. One quick exercise again, okay? Everybody turn towards your right. Okay. All right, back to the center. So this was an interesting one because this time I was clearer and I said to your right. I just didn't say to the right, because what I did was I turned to my left. You heard and you listened to what I said, but you didn't follow, because I was actually misleading and not doing what I said. Okay, so that's again a reinforcing lesson on leadership. But it goes to say that all of you are physically and mentally present and mindful of being in the HR summit here. So you're present in the here and now. Thank you so much. Please have a seat.
So we just had two things to do. hear and see. Yeah, and still we got confused. If we can't align just two activities, imagine the number of activities that we are involved in, the clutter that's around us. And imagine people like us working in mammoth organizations, and imagine this great person with a halo behind him or her, the leader, managing such people. I mean, what really works, in such a in such a situation in today's times? Leadership is surely the defining factor. Leaders are surely the defining factors. There was a survey conducted, and there is a wide gap between who achieves success, leaders who achieve success, and leaders who do not achieve success. And everything actually boils down to expertise in mindfulness and managing mindfulness. Yeah. So this is what we are going to talk about, minding the mind in short. And we are going to not just make it abstract for you all, but also I'm going to request both my panelists to really come out with a lot of examples and their real-time experiments into these things. Yeah. So I also came across a book by Payal Nanjiani, and she has written a book, Success Within. And this book talks about 21 mindfulness activities and exercises. If you get a hand on this book, please do this. I'm not publicizing the book, but something which can practically help us about, working this way out. So surely mindfulness helps us to see things clearly so that we can make wise choices, and we can also respond separately, differently. So my first question goes to Beena. We are all talking about this future of work. Yeah, we as educationists, we are talking of future of education. Everyone is talking of future of work. And there are these systemic truths that we are conversing on. Like, for example, employees are people, not just resources or workers. Work is a subset of life and not really a separate life as such, so it's not about balance, as Gaurav we were discussing, it's more about integration. So work is a subset and not a separate form of it. Values also come through feelings and not through features and structure, right? So in such a scenario, empathy and compassion have led, we've seen some of the leaders, taking help of empathy and compassion and leading, making a very inclusive, a very supportive type of an environment. Yeah. I feel human centricity is very crucial, not just to leadership, but to each aspect of our being as such. Yeah. So, and the role of emotional intelligence, there was also a question on emotional quotient, and I'm sure you're going to get a lot of answers on that question from Beena here. EI sets 90% of high performers apart from their peers. Yeah. So as a leader, how important could emotions be at work? Yeah. Knowing traditionally, we have come with a definition of leadership that vulnerability is not good, and all those things. So how important are emotions at work? And I would also like you to highlight in what situations this approach fails. We all talk of emotional intelligence and the great benefit it brings along. Please do highlight that, and also in which situations does it fail? Yeah, over to you.
Check. Very long question.
Just setting the context, yeah.
Okay, can you all hear me at the back? Clearly, okay. Thank you for the question, and thank you for all the arrangements. I think we have HR experts from really everywhere. We also have some HR professionals from Nashik itself who joined us. And all you lovely students, give yourself a shout out. Thank you for having us. It feels really special at the outset, and starry-eyed, dreamy-eyed young people who are sort of going to lead very important positions in India, mostly. I'm a little greedy. And, it's nice to see all of you, and all of you enthusiastic, wanting to hear more on this very touchy subject of emotions. I can hear my own echo. Is it okay for you? It's Okay, okay. But they can hear. Okay, all right. Okay. So empathy is a very close topic for me because very personally, I have been attacked with this word, more than once. It also depends on perspective. So some of my bosses and team members at one point really wanted me to go for an empathy class almost, to learn how to practice it. At another time, there were people who said your empathy quotient is very, very high and you need to tone down a little bit. At another occasion, I was also told to learn how to balance it out and understand, why we should not bring emotions to the workplace. So it is all very perspective dependent and context dependent. If there is no right and wrong, so if we don't attach context to the situation in which we are trying to practice or demonstrate this quality of empathy, that is when essentially we will fail, Emotions can be a very powerful tool. How many of you agree? Why? Shout. Add what, sorry? Are you saying at will? Add weight to the situations. Okay, got it, got it. It will add weight to the situations. Absolutely correct. And also there must be many other reasons, which I'm not able to currently hear, but if the audience has a mic, it may help, Okay, anybody else wants to tell me why emotions are powerful?
Hello?
Yes?
It can create happiness or it can create disaster also.
You can create happiness and diversity both, okay? Adversity both, yes. Yes? Correct. You can make people go beyond whatever they think is their limit. Absolutely correct. Now, what do we do with this basket of emotions that we carry? We can smartly use it to our advantage, first by observing. If we understand how to observe a little more than we normally do, listen a lot more than we normally do, you can actually understand what the other person at the other end of the table is feeling, right? Or thinking. And once you do that, you can use your understanding of the other person's or team's emotion to get an outcome that you want. And this is especially useful at the workplace because at every occasion, we are trying to get something for the organization, get something for the team, or get a particular outcome. And without understanding of another human being, because we're still not working completely with AI or ChatGPT, we are still working with humans, and you will have to understand emotions. Now, the second aspect to this is that once you assess what the other person is doing and you understand how to really use it to your advantage, how do you keep your own emotions in check is also going to be very important because like people say, don't bring your emotions to work. When they say that, what they're essentially saying is, there is no need for you to demonstrate an emotional reaction to every situation that happens in the office, right? That's what they're saying. So you are definitely free to feel what you like, and vulnerability still is a very powerful way to, demonstrate humanness within the workplace. But there need not be a spike in reaction at everything or every situation that happens. So once you learn how to manage your own emotions, and that comes with the correct way of thinking. So you start with the thought and then the feeling and then the action. Then you can literally walk back to work with your head held high the next day because, no one's going to embarrass you about what you did the previous day. And even if you've done it, it's okay. But as long as you're aware and you're trying to improve every day and trying to understand how you can leverage your own emotions to get the desired outcome that you want, emotions can really help you. So it all comes with self-awareness, of course. It will not just come at will or just because we wish. It has a lot of practice to be done. Too much observation, too much holding back. When you can put yourself as the secondary person in any situation and say, okay, now I'm not wanting to feel important at this time. And let me just observe, let me just listen, and let me just see around at, what's happening and how can I learn. That is when your emotional quotient increases drastically. And that is when you can try to understand the other person. And hence you can start using all of these emotions to your advantage, even at work, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Lot of tips coming your way. I hope some of you are noting it down, because everything leads to self-awareness. The other day I was teaching in the class of leadership that research shows that when CEOs were asked as to what was the thing that you missed doing in the past 25 years, they said self-awareness. Yeah, and what really works is self-awareness. So I mean, lot of things coming from you there. Let me.
Can I just add to something that Veena just said?
Yeah.
Okay, and just for further elaborating, I think being self-aware, I think, is the bedrock or the foundation. But what's equally important is, and to understand this, is you are a part of it, but apart from it. A part, but apart. So you are not in it, you are in it, yet not in it, right? And I think that's the paradox, because organizations say you must bring your whole self to work. Okay? But at the same time, keep your emotions under check, right? So when you go to the workplace, you are this whole, which is life, breath, emotions, all of it entangled in one. But at the same time, how do you, over a period of time, master the art of being a part of it, yet apart from it? I think that is the key, and that, of course, comes with practice, comes with a period of time. And that is what eventually leads to mindful leadership.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we're actually talking of this transition, or agility, if I can put it. We call it agile, resilient in that sense, but more agile. How do you feel? What are leaders of current times doing, to help their workforce make all these transitions more successful? Yeah, what is that support that's being given to these to these workforce as such? Yeah, like for example, work from home, distant but still not distant, a part of it, but still a part of it. In that sense. So how are leaders of today really taking care of this?
So I think mindfulness as a live concept came much more to the fore, especially during COVID, because people said that you need to be aware of people's emotions, if they are breaking down, if they are too stressed, whether they have place at home to work, or what exactly is going on with them. So one was the suffering at a physical level, but also at an emotional level. So I think this thing came much more to the fore, and organizations, what leaders are doing, are talking about wellness programs, is one thing which is very common for, the entire organization. They are looking at various, and why I'm saying there is nothing very unique about some of these things, because I think SIOM is also doing it. So you have yoga, you have, physical exercises, you have, various intellectual as well as, emotionally sort of balancing things that you are doing on your campus also. So organizations are also in a way, extending these things to the workforce. So you have Zumba, organizations are looking at exercise, yoga, they send you on a retreat. What organizations are doing, I think, comes as part of extended benefits, a menu of benefits over and above, which is non-monetary. And it becomes a part of the retention tool. But in my mind, I think what we need to reflect and look at is how are leaders themselves practicing mindful leadership? Okay, I can have all these, benefits extended to the workforce. It depends on the individual whether they will avail it or not, because it's very voluntary in nature. It's not mandatory that you have to take a yoga class. Organizations are going one step ahead and engaging families as well, extending this to the families as well. What are mindful leaders practicing and thereby showcasing as a role model? How do they behave in meetings? Okay, it is okay to say that you need to cultivate patience and everything takes time. We are an agile organization, we want results, but at the same time, are you losing your temper at the drop of a hat? All right, now saying that we have all these programs, yoga, meditation, calm, taking care of your emotions, all of that, but that's not what you're exhibiting in a meeting. In order to push for results, are you exhibiting behaviors which are very contrary to what you're propagating? There is a disconnect there, all right? Mindful leaders are wholesome leaders who are actually demonstrating compassion, empathy, engagement, real, genuine care, and authentic leadership at all points in time. So there is no difference between the real self and what you see as a boss or a leader. All right. It's easier said than done. Clearly, you don't have too many people who actually say something in the boardroom and actually you see them practicing outside as well. I know a few and I can count them on fingers, but I think it takes years of practice.
Yeah. Thank you. So it really needs, what do we say, adaptive leadership. In the VUCA world, it's a very old word now, VUCA. I recently read another word, Bani. Yeah. Brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So I think it doesn't talk of the world, it talks of us and the environment that we all live in. There's another very small exercise. Yeah. Thanks to all the sponsors, your tables are full of things there. Yeah. Can I request you to focus your attention on just one thing there? Whatever is on your table. Those who are sitting on the chairs, maybe at your watch or your tie or your shoe, just concentrate on that one thing. Just one thing. If you're concentrating on the biscuitery, then maybe the green color, the cap, whatsoever. Just one item. Keep on concentrating. Focus on it. Think about how deep that green color is or whatever. Yeah. Don't strategize. Don't think of branding. Just think about what you're looking at. Just focus. Can you hear the fan? Does your attention go anywhere else? Keep on. Look at it continuously, without any purpose. Okay, so thank you. So many things went on in your mind. Exercise was very simple. We had just to concentrate on one thing. So if I was looking at this flower, I just had to look at it and deepen my focus on it. Focus is what we are all missing. In the given the world that we are living in, Insta, Google, so many things, Twitter and all that. And the content that's coming along with all those things, we all get lost in it. Yeah. So mindfulness is also about being in the present, right? Yeah. How does one, and it's very hard actually to reclaim our own space and still be in this sort of an anxious world. I want you to advise this young generation sitting in the audience, how do they really face this world with a focus, which is so difficult to come? Yeah, which is so difficult to come.
Is it difficult for you? Is focusing difficult for you? Yes. What really happens when you try and focus? You want a mic?
Can you pass the mic, because this is going to be interactive?
The students behind.
Actually, sometimes what happen is like if you are reading some books or doing some work, so we get easily distracted by like what is my roommate is doing. Like if he is listening to some songs or he's doing some his work, so it gets really easy for us to be distracted. So for that purpose, yes, it is kind of affecting our focus.
It's easy to be distracted, but it's also easy to be distracted for me. So I'm not an expert at focusing, but I want to understand, is it also difficult to focus for the other students in the crowd or on the floors? You're watching us like we're in a theater. Is it difficult to focus? Yes, no? How many yes? How many no?
Yes, ma'am. You asked the young generation about is focusing a problem for them, but even for us, who are going through the midlife crisis, so to be in the present, we do a lot of multitasking. So if we are at work, we are at home mentally. If we are at home, we are in office mentally. So we also are toggling between the situations. So at times for us also, it becomes very difficult to focus on the present and at that moment. So even it is a challenge for us also at times.
You look very young. You don't look like midlife crisis to me. Okay, so I'm no expert, but there are many people who practice many techniques, and there are many techniques over the world. Depends on which one you read up on, which one you pick up. I have tried and failed at many, and I have tried and passed at many, but it's only because I tried. So, if you try, madam here likes to do meditation. The other madam likes to do mindfulness exercises. That's just because I've spoken to them for, 5 minutes, but I'm sure there are many in the crowd who are also nodding their head in a lot of knowingness, and I'm sure that there's a lot you do. So I used to also be very distracted when I was younger, much younger than you, even in school, in fact. And there's no cure to it. Believe me, there is a certain age that you have to pass through, and there is a certain stage that you have to live completely. So if you think that tomorrow, because we're here, you will start behaving like the gentleman in the front row, it will not happen, right? Because this is a life that you have, and you have to go through all of its journeys to evolve into whatever it is that you decide to evolve into. There are simple techniques, and I am not talking from the position of authority of knowing the subject, but from what I've seen people practicing, really. So I think scheduling really helps. I know for you, it is going to be difficult because at this stage, you're also doing assignments, projects, arranging for this event and welcoming all of us at the airport and the hotel, and trying to score your marks. It's not going to be easy. It is not easy for any of us, and it has never been. But schedule time for things you love along, while you're doing all of these things. I have seen many people blossom in their professional lives once they take up a creative interest of their liking. For example, if somebody likes to swim or dance or do comedy or drama or painting or any of the creative forms that a person gets drawn to naturally, maybe from childhood or maybe even when you're an adult. I think if you infuse a bit of that, something else that is a part from your work life or your study life, it really brings a lot of love and positivity, optimism and energy into everything else that you're doing, right? Relationships are another basket, which I think if you manage well, it helps sort out a lot in your mind and hence leaves the focus area for everything else that you're trying to focus on. So if it is a relationship with your girlfriend or boyfriend at this stage, your brothers, sisters, parents, right? Grandparents at home, uncles, aunts, anybody that, or your professors, right? And students whom you live with in the hostel here. If your relationships part is also sorted in the sense that not everything is going to be 100% perfect. Also, we have this idea of perfect that is very wrong, especially also more from our culture and country, that your relationship means that your husband, wife, and 2 children, maybe some in-laws living in home. That is a real format that many people and generations have followed. But whatever it is, the relationship that is important to you, right? It could be even with a friend. So if your social connection needs are taken care of, it leaves a lot of mental bandwidth available for you to focus on something else. You don't have something running at the back of your mind consistently, right? Also, you are very young. So this is a very good time to start learning from your elders of how to maybe manage finances. Because going forward, it will become a very, very important thing for you to do. You may have extended families and you will have to look after things like food, shelter, fees, admissions into colleges like these. No, I don't know how much you charge, but so it will become a very, very important aspect. Maybe some of you have taken student loans and need to repay them. Maybe some of you need to repay your parents for the money that you have taken into this college, right? Managing them will become an important aspect because you will need to spend a lot more, right? And you will get into this loop of thinking that, you need to earn more to spend more, and you don't know how to come off it. And then the bank will come and offer you a loan, and then 2, 3 credit cards. And then you get into a cycle of living for the next paycheck. Before you get into that rut, take some advice of while you're starting, this is your baby step into the professional world, and you will sort of get a job in a few days. And if you learn how to manage your money, really well, start savings very early on in your life so that you're able to, provide a cushion for yourself sometime later. Learn maybe very basics of investment, of how not to splurge. There's a lot of online shopping going around these days, no? So even if you live in Nashik, you can get things from London tomorrow if you want to. But if you learn how to control and differentiate between your wants and needs, I think that will also leave a lot of mental bandwidth available for you to focus on your study or your work or anything else that you are pursuing as a passion, maybe even a new business. Many of you maybe startup founders tomorrow. So you will need a lot of space in your mind to think about all these things. And of course, work on your creative pursuit so that you evolve as a complete human being. You don't have just one direction that you're focusing on. Many of us spend our lives doing a 9 to 9 kind of job and don't have time to think of anything else. But it's not healthy in the long term. So look after your health, mental, physical wellness, and stay happy, cheerful, take it light. Life can be taken very seriously also, but then you will not be able to do any of your mindfulness exercises. Take yourself a little light and take it easy. All will be well.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask you both to share some real-time examples in terms of how have you defined mindful leadership, over the years of experience that you have had and the leaders that you have seen. Can you share with us some actions maybe, or how you have felt as a team member from the leader side? What is your definition of mindful leadership coming from the experience that you have had from your leader?
Okay. So, I think it's a very profound question, but I want to take it as an extension to the previous question. Whatever you're doing today, you're a student, or you're, people in the audience who are professionals, myself a professional. I remember in my, early days, when I was a student, and I was sharing with someone here that it's about making 48 hours in 24 hours. All right. And we used to have classes through the day, but we also had visiting faculty who used to teach us from 12 to 5, night shift. He had only time in the night. So the only incentive we had was cutting chai. Unlimited cutting chai from the thela outside. It was contracted. Everyone to stay awake through the night. You can drink as much as you want. And then after that, you have an open book exam. Okay, I don't know if you have open book exams here, but unless you've heard everything that he said, the professor has said, and you know how to apply it, you can have all the books from the library, but you will not pass that exam. Right? So such is the exam in life because there's no manual. It doesn't come with a manual. Right? So to me, if you look at mindfulness and what I've learned, it was someone who asked, okay, so today you're a student, you're a HR professional, you may be a manager, assistant manager, vice president, whatever. What else do you do? The person kept goading to the extent that you may feel, what is he or she trying to get at? Okay, you have a job. What else? What else? To the extent that trying to understand what is the purpose of your life. So making ends meet, or what else do you aspire to beyond roti, kapda and makan? I think such are people whom I have worked with or I've got inspired by, who've always looked at, while being in the present, while doing 100% of what they're supposed to do for the organization, because that's where your salary is coming from, but also creating that space, okay, to stay in touch with one's own self. So my job cannot define me. My corporate designation doesn't define me. It's not, I was talking about the whole person. That's not the whole. It's only a part. Okay. And then there are relationships. There are relationships with the external world. There are relationships with the family. But what about my own relationship with myself? I think somewhere you may call it the rat race or the corporate jungle or whatever you might want to call it. This relationship with self gets lost. And then you need retreats. You need external assistance providers. You need counseling. You need all kinds of things to actually get in touch with your real self. Because deep within, we are craving not for only roti, kapda, makan. Okay. What else? So this person kept asking me, okay, so what else? And what else has helped in terms of not being satisfied with what you're doing currently, but continuing to make space and push your boundaries, push the envelope to actually see how much you can challenge yourself and do things that you thought that you cannot do or not possible for you to do. All right. So this is what I've learned from leaders, and this has stayed with me. This statement of what else, I think, is very powerful. If you begin to question yourself, and I do this, yes, I'm a good student, I'm a good son, I'm a good daughter, all the relationships that you have. But what else? What else? I think that is where you push boundaries, you go beyond, and I think you challenge yourself with self-awareness and self-belief. It's not to the other end of dereliction. All right. I am not proposing that for a minute, but you keep this 2 words, what else? I think that is enough to keep pushing you while staying in the present.
Very well said. And most of us thought that leadership was about getting things done from people. It's actually leading people to purpose. Yeah, that's what Aparna is saying. Beena, what is your definition of mindful leadership based on the experiences that you have had?
My definition of mindful leadership. Good. So I can tell you what I do, which has worked with me every single time. And I can tell you what I have seen my leaders do, which has worked again for me every single time. One is they have really good, very egoless connections with their teams. I have seen very great leaders being very, very down to earth. And they must have made their millions and they must have led their organizations to very huge successes. But the most humble and the most intelligent and the biggest risk takers is the kind of people that I have seen succeed. Also, the connection with the people in the team is very, very special. So when we say mindful, it's not only a concept. They are mindful about what the others are thinking, how the people in their team are feeling, what is their life stage right now, what are the situations that they're going through, and how is it that I can add a little fun, cheer, and help to their lives. Of course, while always raising the bar and teaching people how to want to perform even better. How do we reach for the definition of success? What is the definition of success within the team or within that organization? How do we get there? I think they are part and parcel of the entire. A mindful leader is also a doing leader, very, very hands-on. There are people who find it very easy to dole out orders to everybody. And those are not the type that I have seen succeed anywhere. I have seen people who have been very hands-on, very, very intelligent, very focused again. And that comes from practice because they've been doing it time and time again. And they keep challenging themselves to get better at everything that they're doing. And all of this cannot come without mindfulness because you're thinking of, again, what else? You're thinking of what else for the team. You're thinking, what else can I do better? What can I learn? How can I contribute to the organization first? Another important aspect is that every decision that they take is always keeping the organization at the center. So leaders have to take a lot of decisions every day, no? Some are big, small, some involve money, some involve relationships, some involve stakeholders. But I have seen that when they look at the bigger picture and keep the organization at the center, I think they're able to take a perfect decision. So again, that comes from very repeated practice of practicing those mindful decisions because you're able to think with real clarity about everything that's happening around you. These are the behaviors that I have noticed. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. The timer is forcing me to close the session and open it up for Q&A. But I think what both the experts want to say here is we are all living in the tsunami of stimuli. Yeah. So both things we need to learn as people who are going as leaders, of today and as leaders of tomorrow. How do we really try to understand this mindfulness? Because this is what is going to be the game changer in leadership in current times. Yeah. So thank you so much, Aparna and Beena, but we'd like to take some questions from the audience to be more focused on the topic. Yes. And please mention the panelist name in case you want directing it to a specific person. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am. Thank you, Beena ma'am. Thank you, Vandana ma'am, for such a wonderful session. I have wrote so many tips so that I can I will try to practice some of those in my life, especially the scheduling part. So my question is, yesterday we had a leadership session, day before yesterday, so to be precise. So in that, there is a quote that is being used. It is not what we left behind, what we send it forward, what matters a lot. So regarding this, you have already broken the glass ceiling that exists in the corporate world. As a woman leaders, you are part of C-suites and directors. So being followers, like there are many female students and women students in our batch who are going to follow you. What are the strategic initiatives that organization can implement to make the 15% of CEO posts that are just being held by women to next 30 or 40 to 50%?
Great question.
Thank you.
So I think that's a great question, and please have a seat. So I don't know, but I read somewhere yesterday. So gender diversity is just one part. We are talking about generational diversity as well. But I think, is it the UN or the World Economic Forum which is saying that for Gender pay parity. Any guesses how long it's going to take? Any guess? Anybody in the room? Huh? Okay, all right. Anybody else? This is either the UN or the World Economic Forum. I just read it yesterday, but I know the number. Anybody? Come on. What else? Make some noise. Any number.
Maybe we could have an answer from one of the girl students or lady executives sitting here.
Any guess? How many years for gender pay parity? 20, 30, 10, 25, 30, 50, 40. So should I let the cat out of the bag? Batao. Sachi. Huchi. 130 years. 130 years. Okay. This is real data. 130 years it will take. All right. So to relate to your question, how can the number go up? Okay. Just when I thought that I have broken the glass ceiling, the ceiling became a cliff. The glass ceiling became a glass cliff. Very often, and Madam is aware, very often when I sit in corporate boards, I clearly don't join boards which want to fulfill the quota of one woman independent director as a token. Unless they are very clear about, I have a seat at the table because I add value. Okay. So how to increase the percentage is not the right question. Okay. I was once told as a CHRO not very long ago of a great French conglomerate. In an executive team of 9 people in that room, 1 Austrian, 1 British, 1 American, 1 French, 4, and the rest 5 of us Indians. I was the only woman. And I was presenting the diversity roadmap. How to increase the 9% to 25% in the next 4 years. That was the discussion. I was making a presentation to the executive team of which I was a part of. One of the gentlemen from the room, inside the room, got up and said, "Usme kya badi baat hai?" Okay. Isme se itne promote kar dijiye. You promote so many people from this level to that level and that level to this level, and you will meet your targets. Okay. As if it was just mere mathematics, right? So that's why I'm saying, just when I thought I've broken the glass ceiling, there comes a cliff. We have made some progress, and we should, actually applaud ourselves for it. But I think we have a long way to go. And I'm saying them as a wearer of the shoe because I know where it pinches. Yeah, I'm sitting there and I'm experiencing it day in and day out. So 40-50% will happen. But is it really meaningful? The onus, I think, is on us. When I say us, it's on women. 1, to be worthy, to be as competent as anyone else in the room, to be able to earn that. That's when people will roll out the red carpet. Organizations have all the right policies, practices. They are all bringing that in. Okay. But that unconscious bias that remains, okay, is the biggest challenge and hurdle that we've got to. So The number or the percentage is not the problem. Yeah, long answer to your short question.
A slight addition there. Just small addition to what you have very beautifully put. There is a way to practically do that, and Madam keeps asking for examples, and hence I will quote. There have been many instances where women or girls in my team have wanted to quit, and I have not allowed them to do it if it was not for a valid reason. Valid reason being invalid in my mind, examples would include my mother-in-law doesn't want me to work now. I am pregnant. You don't have a creche. I don't have a maid. My husband is a businessman and I have enough money. Things like these. So, sir, it begins at home with your sisters, assuming you will all maybe get married or have partners tomorrow, assuming they will be women, and you will want them to continue to work, right? This is where you will have to step up as maybe men of the house, because I can see so many boys only in the student base, right? And the women who have to not give up because of life situations. The life situation will come and it will be physically very demanding because you will be tired and you will be sick. You got to press through it all for some time and things get better. So when you have your colleagues around you who are considering the quitting game because of something happening at home, please pull them out of that discussion and don't let it happen. And that is how your numbers, will come tomorrow.
Great. So only 2 action points for women to be confident, to be competent, and for men to perceive them as competent. I think that's what. Another question.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kshitij from Yatin Electronics. I'm working as an operations head over there. So I have one question because I face this in my previous companies too. Because of your experience, can you tell me that a person is working and he's concentrating on his work while listening music? Is it possible? Focus on work while listening
the
music.
Last one, when you say person concentrating on your work, and
Yes.
what was the second part?
He is concentrating on his designing or maybe his programming while listening to music. Is it possible? Is it possible?
It's possible.
Total concentration? Okay. Thank you.
I read about surrogate quality time. Yeah, somewhere. Which means that because leaders are so busy people, they don't get to, and then they are very cluttered. So they indulge into swimming, running, like Bina said, reading also for that matter, writing, music and all that. And researchers prove that they are in their best zone during that time. Yeah. So maybe just to supplement with something.
So, different people learn and work differently. So, auditory, kinesthetic, so it's possible, and people like ma'am is saying are at their best.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the panelists for sharing their thoughts on mindful leadership. It was a really insightful session, a very interactive one. Unfortunately, due to the time constraint, we won't be able to take further questions.
A big thanks to all the speakers for taking the questions and answering them precisely. We would now take a moment to felicitate our speakers with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Vandana Sonagne and Ms. Mayuri More, Senior TSI Amul, to please do the honors. I request Ms. Beena Belani, Head of Human Resources, Fashion and Lifestyle at Jio, to please step forward to receive the memento. I request Ms. Arpana Sharma to please step forward to receive the memento. We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Skoda, our official title sponsor, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, and Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Thank you for all our wonderful sponsors. We are grateful for your support. Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you to all the speakers for giving us such brilliant insights into mindful leadership. Now we would request all of you to please take your seats.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Putting a Putting a hiatus to such a wonderful discussion, we request your kind attention to the book launch of our esteemed speaker, Ms. Aparna Sharma. After the tremendous success of her first book, Reality Bites, The Role of HR in Today's World, Ms. Aparna Sharma's second book, Between You and Me, is a genuine endeavor to share with the leaders extraordinary lessons from the ordinary people.
The book portrays the real-life stories of the people around her who have inspired her and made a positive difference in her life, from her education to her personal and professional life. Shreya, who inspires you?
I guess someone who has achieved a milestone in their life. Maybe a famous personality would be a good example.
But why should we take inspiration from celebrities alone? Since it is human nature to share and learn from others, why not seek advice from the ordinary but experienced people around us who can guide us effectively and practically to resolve our problems? It is with this exact thought that Ms. Aparna has written the book Between You and Me.
What makes Ms. Aparna Sharma's book stand out is that, unlike the norm, she does not use the lives of famous personality to draw her inspiration. Rather, the book portrays the real-life stories of the people around her who have inspired her and made a positive difference in her life, from her education to her personal and professional life.
I now request the volunteers to please bring the book onto the stage for the launch. I would request Dr. Vandana Sonavne, Director of SIOM, Dr. Yashomandira Kharde, Corporate Relations Head at SIOM, and Ms. Aparna Sharma to please proceed with the launch of the book.
It is so apt to launch this book after the mindfulness session. Yeah, talks of ordinary people like all of us, but highlights the extraordinary heroship or sheroship in us. Yeah, I think that's what the book is all about.
Let us have a massive round of applause for them. Thank you, ma'am.
Experience the magic of the HR Summit, where each moment is crafted to learn and grow. To make it even more evident, please allow me to invite Anirudh, who has some exciting activities planned ahead. Anirudh, over to you.
Thank you, Emmanuel and Shreya. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, honored delegates, our respected faculties, and my dear friends. A warm welcome to highly anticipated HR Summit quiz, where the world of operations management meets the realm of HR excellence. The arena seems filled with curiosity and inquisitiveness. The impeccable keynote speeches, followed by the glorious panel discussions, have already turned Symbiosis Institutes of Operation Management into a whole new, wholesome venue. I'm Anirudh. I'll be hosting the quiz with support of your attentiveness. Before we begin, for your effective participation, I request all to please take your phone and log into Mentimeter. The details are displayed on the screen. Search Mentimeter on Google. Tap on the second link. Okay. I hope everyone is ready. And use the code which will be displayed on the screen when the questions will come up for effective answering to the questions. Okay. Today, we embark on a journey of fun, learning, and celebration of HR brilliance. That being said, let's start. Round one, audience poll. In this segment, I will be asking you some open-ended questions. You'll have to choose correct option and provide responses in the Mentimeter itself. Our team, Yogiraj and Omkar, will help you with the platform. To acclimate well with the learnings we had in our first panel discussion, our first question dwells around the topic of mindful leadership. Can we have the first question, please? What is the most crucial trait for a mindful leadership? Please select your responses from the following options. A, empathy. B, resilience. Is it integrity or adaptability? Use the code 47881201 for participating. Yes. SIOMites, can I see your participation? ET6. You all have guessed it right. It's empathy. Moving on to the next question. Tapping into the intriguing field of agri-operations industry. Can we have the next question, please? Which quality attracts top talent in the agri-operations industry? Sustainability, innovation, purpose, or diversity? It's surprising, but the talent which is required is purpose. Now, moving on to the next segment, you'll have to again exit the quiz and enter a new code for round 2. Round 2, guess the estimate. In this round, I'll pose a guesstimate question tied to one of our themes. You will need to respond with one-word answer, reflecting your best guess. Trust your instincts and let's see who gets closest to the mark. Remote work has become vital for many companies. Today, we'll take a closer look at remote working world. Can we have the guesstimate question, please? Estimate the percentage of remote workers in the workforce all over the globe. Use the code 46413820. $50, $80, $70. Okay. See, 25. The correct answer was for this estimation is around 40%. Thank you. Yeah. Moving forward. Exciting round. Round 3. Fastest finger first. This segment is all about quick thinking and lightning fast responses. I shall ask 3 thought-provoking questions. The only rule is to be fast and accurate at the same time. You will have a 15 seconds window to answer the questions. Interesting part is you will have a winning prize for this round. So are you ready? Are we ready? Can we have the first question? Use the code 86696112. Which HR superhero would you want on your side to address workplace conflicts and maintain harmony among employees? A, the mediator, the peacemaker, the empathizer, or the conflict crusher? Oh, it is the mediator. Okay. Quickly moving on to the next. Which leadership style promotes a hands-off approach, empowering employees to make decisions? Can we have the next question? The options are autocratic leadership, transformational leadership, laissez-faire leadership, or it is the transactional leadership? Oh, it's a laissez-faire leadership. Okay, catching up to the next question. Which HR technology tool facilitates employee self-service tasks like leave request and updating personal information? This might be easy for you. The options are HRS, PMS, ATS, or ESS. Be quick. Oh, okay. ESS is the right answer. Now moving on to the last and most interesting segment of the quiz. Round 4, the one-line mantra. In this final round, we will be spinning a wheel across the names of our respected speakers. The speakers will be nominated randomly on the spiel wheel. Post the nomination, the speakers are requested to please enlighten us on one-line mantra for the topic displayed on the screen. Due to paucity of time, the speakers are requested to sum up their thoughts in brief. Can we have the spin wheel? Okay. Ms. Purna Pushkala. I would request Ms. Purna Pushkala to enlighten us with the mantra. Can we have the topic for her? The role of emotional intelligence in human resources.
One-liner.
Yeah.
Just be who you are and
Okay.
respect everyone around.
Okay. Yeah. So just be who you are. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your mantra. Now comes the time for results. For the fastest finger first. The second runner-up is, it's among the students. It's Barbie Chaudhary. I request Miss Seema Gangale to please felicitate the winner. The first runner-up is Miss Dhanashri Navle. I request Dr. Sandeep Sharda to felicitate the winner. And the winner for HR Summit Quiz Competition 2023 is, any guesses? No? It's none other than Mr. Anand Boite. I request Director Ma'am to please felicitate him. I thank you all for your generous participation. Hope you had a great time. Thank you. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Anirudh, for the exciting interaction. We hope everyone learned and has enjoyed as much as we did. Next up, we have a session that will glorify the aspect of a true leader. The next panel discussion talks about the aura a leader creates at his workplace. The leaders who have shaped their organizations through a series of significant transformations with their amenability at work.
It has been said that human resources are the backbone of organizations in driving the best out of the available resources. But there are certain personalities with whom most stakeholders internally and externally want to engage, connect, and work. To dwell into the granularity of the same, the next panel discussion we have is on talent magnet, attract, engage, and retain. The session would last for 40 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A round. I request the delegates to ask their questions with a raise of hand after the session.
To share their insights with us, we have Mr. Chandrajit Pati, an accomplished Chief Human Resources Officer, a coach, and organization transformation specialist at Marshall Goldsmith Stakeholder-Centered Coaching. Addressing the academics, Mr. Chandrajit has completed his Master's in Business Administration from XLRI Jamshedpur. With over 30 years of extensive experience in business transformation, organization design, HR digitization, performance management systems, competency development, compensation, and benefits.
Mr. Chandrajit's illustrious career includes serving as Senior Vice President, Head of Human Resources at Reliance Industries Limited. He is also a distinguished member of the Leader Excellence at Harvard Square. We are honored to have you with us, sir. Thank you for joining us on the stage.
Moving ahead, allow me to introduce Ms. Purna Pushkala, an accomplished senior management professional known for her unwavering belief in the transformative power of coaching conversations. With over 22 years of exceptional experience, she remains dedicated to driving positive change and making a significant impact. As a certified coach and seasoned HR expert with an MBA from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, Ms. Pushkala's proficiency in empowering individuals is unparalleled. Completing the prestigious Senior Executive Development Program from XLRI has further honed her strategic leadership capabilities.
Working as Group Head Corporate Strategies and Process Excellence at Sammonati, Ms. Pushkala adeptly oversees the entire HR and training function, aligning the strategies with business objectives. She fosters a growth-centric culture by emphasizing learning and development and spearheading talent management. Her exceptional strategic acumen and unwavering dedication continue to propel Sammonati's growth and success, leaving an indelible mark on the organization's performance. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am. Thank you for joining us on the stage.
Moving ahead to the next panelist of the day, Mr. Rishabh Dev. He has served in the esteemed position of ex-Chief Human Resources Officer at Noveltech Feeds Private Limited. Mr. Rishabh has led several programs in strategic, transformational, and operational HR management that involved designing and implementing people strategies, systems, policies, and practices. Throughout his career, spanning over 2 decades, he has excelled in various leading firms, including Anmol Feeds Private Limited, DLF Universal Limited, and Aditya Birla Retail Limited.
Mr. Rishabh Dev is a distinguished alumnus of XLRI Business School. In recognition of his outstanding achievements and exemplary leadership in HR, Mr. Dev has received prestigious honors such as being among the top 101 HR Mind 2019, Sustainable HR Leaders 2020, and the top 100 TAPI Young Leaders 2022. These accolades were bestowed upon him by the esteemed World CHRO Congress and CHRO Asia. We are truly delighted to have Mr. Rishabh Dev on board with us today. His valuable insights and expertise in strategic HR practices will undoubtedly enrich our panel discussion. Welcome, sir.
I now request Dr. Asha Sharma, Associate Professor at SIOM, to please join the panel as the moderator. Over to you, ma'am. The panel is all yours.
So very good evening, one and all, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, faculty and staff, and my dear students. I hope you all are having a gala time. So I hope you all are having a gala time. We had a very wonderful session carried out by women of substance, 3 of them here. A very lively session it was. And similarly, a very good kickoff session by Mr. Gaurav Mehta in the afternoon. So I am with a very good group composition today, representing, if I'm not wrong, at least 2 generational cohorts, if not 3. Yeah, so we have people with experiences ranging from 25 to 30 years to maybe 10 years or less, if 20 years. Okay. So, like, I'll definitely assure that this is going to be an interesting session for you all. So, we all are living in an era, or I must rather say a decade of digital disruptions. We've had, things like demonetization and digitalization and, things like that. When we were all just grappling and trying to adapt to these, COVID happened to our planet. And then COVID accelerated, the disruption, I must say. There were so many first timers that we got to know, so many new concepts that were probably, launched and used by the society at large. So whether it was a gig economy, whether it was remote working and digital nomads and digital natives, or whether it was workation, so many things. And all this spilled over, not only in our personal lives, but also at our workplaces and also at the organizations. This happened. And one of the most scariest one of them, was the great resignation that Mr. Gaurav Mehta also mentioned in his session. It was the great resignation, a term coined by Professor Anthony from the London School of Management. And he predicted mass exodus. And that is exactly what happened. So around 47.5 million people in 2021 quit their jobs, followed by 50 million in 2022. And I'm telling they quit their job. I'm not even considering layoffs and pink slips and other things. This was the number that people themselves quit post-COVID. How do we take it? Many of them quit the job because they have better opportunities. That's the ideal understanding. Why people quit? Because they have a better opportunity. So do we take it as a barometer of employee optimism that, they were confident that they're going to get jobs somewhere else? And McKinsey actually carried out a survey with these employers, whose employees quit, to understand what were the reasons. Why are people quitting? Why is this mass exodus happening with these companies? And, as expected, the reasons were very much low compensation, work-life balance and these things. But they were not on top priority. They were not on top priority. What was on top priority? And I'll give you numbers. 54% of them said that they didn't feel valued by their organization, and that's why they're leaving. Around 52% said that they're not valued by their top managers. And 51% said they didn't feel a sense of belonging at work. That's the reason why they are quitting. And this is post-COVID. Let me remind you, this is post-COVID when we were all struggling for a lot of things, and this is the sense of maybe a revised sense of, looking towards life, a revised sense of purpose, maybe, that made them do this. And this happened. And, this is what was a great, maybe a revamping or a rethinking that the organizations start doing, because they realize that it is not just pay compensation, but something else that is attracting people. And that is what is also making people leave their organization. So retention became one of the most critical challenges for companies, not only attraction of a good challenge. Yeah. So they found that people were seeking purpose in their workplace. They were seeking purpose and they were trying to get into organizations who shared the same purpose as, and their same values. And this is what actually brings us to this topic of talent magnet, a very apt topic. And when I got this topic for discussion, I could relate it to a term in marketing, because I'm a marketing faculty, and that is employer branding, creating employer brand identity. It is so similar to that kind of, an understanding, and transforming an organization into a talent magnet that attracts people to the job and also makes them stay, for long. That requires a very unique tone of voice, that has to reflect a unique tone of voice by the organization, that has to reflect in anything and everything that they do. The purpose of the organization has to be reflected, whether it is their website, which talks about us, and the drop down talks about that, the brand philosophy, their products, their services, their policies, their social media platforms, everything should be reflecting that. So that is the kind of purpose that has to be reflected based on that unique tone of voice that you have to make. So, very, very curious to understand how are organizations actually trying to make this happen? How are they, revamping themselves and pulling themselves up to make this happen? So the first question I would like to pose to Chandrajit, as I said, today an organization will have different generational cohorts put together. Yeah. One is that, the other is that we have gender diversity that we are talking about. We have, members of pride community, we have females and we have males, and, all those things put up there. So do you think organizations need to have different approaches for different cohorts or different generational cohorts to make it a talent magnet? How do you make sure that every employee is well suited and satisfied with their job? And how do you become a talent magnet for all these cohorts, if it is really possible?
Hi, am I audible? Okay, before I answer your question, ma'am. So, Aparna, you said that was the graveyard shift. This is the ICU shift, I say. 5 o'clock on. Everybody wants to leave the hospital and run away. So we are in an ICU shift now. So please bear with us. And we'll try to make it as interesting as possible, and as much, as Gaurav said, exciting for you to learn something and leave from this place. So the question is asked, ma'am, can be divided into 2 or 3 parts. And I'm going to tell it from my experience of 32 years. Do cohorts exist in an organization? Answer is absolutely yes. There are different segments of employees in an organization, not necessarily gender-wise or age-wise. It can be in different ways. For example, mothers who have just come back from the maternity leave need to also take care of the babies after 6 months. Maternity leave is 6 months or maximum 1 year. But after that also they need to take care of the babies. Similarly, single parents. Today I see a huge rise in single parent, where the person has to go and take of the child or the ailing parents also. So there are different cohorts indeed. There are different cohorts. And taking from the previous session, which we had mindful leadership, the leaders need to accept that. Because when an employee walks in, he's not the only person who's coming. His entire family is at the back end, requiring for his support. So there's a family behind when the employee is walking to the door, and the organization needs to sensitize. And I have seen whichever organization is not sensitive to that, is more balance sheet oriented, they start losing these employees fast. Then for these employees, this organization is a short-term platform for come, learn something, move to the better occasion. So the policies have to be taken care of, yes. So obviously it is not possible to take care of, devise so many policies for so many cohorts. So 2, 3 basic principles I have seen good organizations do that. The first thing is they have a very little open policy. The best example is Netflix. They don't define keyword this level only this much, next level this much. They said, okay, whichever you think is good for you and the organization, go and do that. Keep our policies a little flexible. Second, empower the managers. Typically, it has been seen neither the CXOs or the HR department believe that they are the custodians of the policies and all the employee transactions. No, there is a relationship between the manager and his team members, not employees, the team members. So let them work within the social ambit and decide whatever is good for the organization. So the first one, as I said, have a flexible policy, empower the managers to take decisions. And the third one, which I believe is very critical, create a shared purpose. We don't come here to take salaries. I'm an employee also when I worked it. You also like to grow and contribute to something. What we are calling today the founder's mentality. Every employee should be like an entrepreneur. Google has this 20% flexi time, no? When the person can go and think something different beyond his normal work. This has to be implemented in every organization. So allow the person to grow in the organization. It can be in terms of learning, development, exposures, coaching, mentoring, various tools. But if you allow that freedom for the person with a shared purpose, you will see that you are attracting employees not only from within the organization, you will be seeing many outsiders also willing to come and apply to you also. This is actually is a huge package of programs. I just give you the summarized version of that. Thank you.
So being flexible with the policies is
and
certainly,
empowering the managers down the line.
and empowering them is a very valid point.
Yeah.
Just extending this question to Purna, especially when we're talking about generational cohorts, we have a 97% of Gen Z sitting here, and it has been established that they have different characteristics, they have a different take on life, that they are very strong on human values, and they're very sure what they don't want. They're very sure about it. So, like, given this kind of, cohort, tech-savvy, digital natives, and you'll find a lot of them are now making their way in the organization because of tech savviness, because they are abreast with the latest of techs, and they are very adaptive to it and all these things. But at the same time, the American Psychological Association has identified Gen Z as one of the most stressed generation, attributed to the growing up while the world was facing a lot of problems, severe global challenges like violence, climate change, political instability, racial reckoning, and a pandemic. So do you think we need to deal with them differently? We hardly see any company who is, announcing the psychological and emotional health work culture. We see a lot of inclusiveness and diversity being promoted, and flaunted by companies. But I have never seen a company actually promoting this as a work culture.
So good evening, all. Gen Zs and millennials. I think 3 years ago, this question was most talked about millennials, and still we are here. We are thriving. Industries are doing well. Everybody talked about, millennials being different, them being impatient, and wanting to do many changes, right? So I think what sets apart Gen Zs, what you rightly called out, digital natives. At least millennials have seen the world before social media. Gen Z is like, all of you all, you don't know a world without social media. For you, everything is a social validation. There has to be a LinkedIn post, there has to be a Facebook post, there has to be an Instagram validation, and a lot of emotions. I think, from the morning you must have heard, and from what little I have been part of, we are talking about the same thing again and again. While of course, the point is valid that there are so many studies that are calling out in terms of the stress quotient and everything. That is all built by us. We have set those unrealistic expectations on us. I have actually seen people who promote their own posts because they want those number of likes. Where is it coming from? It's coming from a peer pressure. So clearly half of it, or even more than that, is self-inflicted. I want to compete with others, and I want to be an individual performer. So when you actually study the generational cohorts, one of the things that very clearly stands out is the group upwards of millennials, including me. We are all supposedly very, very impatient. We want immediate gratification. What does that mean? We want results, be it failure, be it success. We want it to be known immediately. We don't want to wait, toil, and then see the results after 10 years. So for example, my bosses, my parents, my uncle, anybody in the elder generation, they were all happy, content. Promotion after 5 years, they will celebrate. Now promotion doesn't come, there are 10 grievances raised. The next minute you see a resignation wave because I deserve it, but I didn't get it. So the emotional imbalance is all, half of it is peer pressure. And I don't think we can solve for it because this is across the globe, but we can learn to thrive with it. How, mindfulness, focusing on myself, what is it that I want? Am I getting what I want? Is something that, you all can do. But the question is, what is it that the organization should do? Definitely appreciate that, this is a different generation. Like what, he said, have a different policy, but also do not set them apart that, you make them an island. They have to work with multi-generation. I'm very sure, when the time they land in a job, which is probably 4 or 5 months away, they are going to be working with somebody who is probably grown up in the 60s, who started their first job in 80s. So they are going to say, like what ma'am said, cutting chai, 12 to 5, midnight sessions. And now Gen Zs will say, no, why should I? I want everything in my hand. I will do it like OTT way, right? I need to get the content when I want it, not when you ask me to read it. So I think organizations definitely need to be flexible, be understanding and appreciative, but at the same time, not create too much of differentiating policies. But what would be helpful is, what is now picking up, employee assistant programs, making mindfulness as part of the mandatory journey of learning and development, creating avenues where, people can speak up. And, you did mention that psychological safety quotient is not being publicized. Rightfully so, because I think culturally as a country, we were always taught to treat elders with respect. Speaking up was viewed a taboo. And now is when we are empowered and we are educating and creating that awareness. The diversity, equity, and inclusion is very closely intertwined with psychological safety. I would say this is like the stepping stone to go there. If I'm not inclusive, if I don't see people around who are diverse, why will I speak up? I'll say, Arey, chalta hai, this is how it is, and I have to live with this. But when I start seeing people around me are diverse, there are people with different orientation towards different aspects of their life, I'll start speaking up. So I'll say, let's not sign off saying nobody is talking about psychological safety. Probably DE&I is the first step to psychological safety. There are so much of studies being done, multiple forums are being conducted. I'm sure, half of them in their internship would have heard about town halls, open houses that organizations are hosting. This will become the norm as we go along. So, thank you.
Yeah, very well said. A lot of changes that are happening, and I've seen how families and parents also are trying to adapt to, the changes, because there are changes which have trickled down because of disruptions that are happening around. They are exposed to things that are not indigenous, and they are getting influenced by it for good. I'm not saying for bad, but so that there is a lot of change that is happening, and that is what is expected of the organizations, that they accept these things and then accordingly restructure, their policies and things. Another very important aspect, I think this has been discussed and implemented by organizations since ages, I must say, is employee engagement, sir. So one of the Forbes report cites Gallup's finding that approximately 64% of employees in US are disengaged from the work, and these disengaged employees are 60% more likely to make mistakes. And do you think a greater focus on employee engagement in the new future of work is of significance in becoming, a talent magnet? And in the light of this, what are some effective best practices for fostering high level of employee engagement and motivation? I would like Rishabh to please take this question.
Hope you all are awake. slight acknowledgement. Thank you so much for that. I will start this as an example. In India, the typical problem is if you want to control or improve driving on the roads, what is the easiest way to do? And they have done it is control the throttle power of that car, vehicle, right? So 80 ke beyond to aap ja hi nahi sakte ho. Kuch bhi kar lo, right? However motivation you have taken inside, right? Still, if you are driving a taxi, you can't go beyond 80. You may feel you are driving at 180, by the way, right? So rather than teaching the driver how to drive properly, we have always focused on the other side, how easily we can control. So the problem is not employee engagement. The problem is our people do not have the focus or the purpose. Why are they doing it? Nobody wants it. If anybody, I can bet anybody in this room sitting here, hardly probably not even a percentage, 1% will say every day they are engaged in their job. Every day is a fairly exaggerated, I would say. Even if 50% or 60% they are engaged and happy, I think that is the solution. We are not even happy in our own lives. Job to bahut dur ki baat ho jati hai. We are not even happy with our own selves. How will we engage, right? We are not happily engaged with our girlfriend, boyfriend, father, mother, wife, husband, right? How often do you genuinely believe that, yes, I live for this person? I don't think. We can't even spend a particular day, one full day happily. And we want an engaged environment in the workplace. I don't think it is coming so soon, right? Unless until we provide a clear-cut purpose कि अगर आप ये कर रहे हैं तो क्यों कर रहे हैं और इससे क्या होगा? Everybody is focused only at the result. We will make money, make money, make money. Yes, of course, money is important. But then why? What will it serve? Unless and until we solve these questions within, we ask our people to think wisely and not be in that rat race of just competition, which has absolutely zero meaning for me. Because today, if somebody is number one, tomorrow, only thing is just a matter of time till the time somebody is not crossing you, and then you feel irritated. Are ye mere se aage chala gaya. We have to beat him. Not compete with our own selves. We don't look within what the person has done something good or what I have done something wrong. Where have I been complacent in my life? Have I not improved in the day that went by? We never do that. And that is where the problem lies within each of us, right? And it is extremely important for the students behind. Everybody is competing, and it is you are competing with your own self. Every day, if you don't learn one thing new, I don't think you have made your day worthy of it, living worthy of it.
So do you think this has, the sense of competition has come because the organizations have fueled it or, induced it, because that is how they motivate their employees to, to perform, to be productive? Do you think that's how they have a structure, a quantitative performance appraisal system, So don't you think that this is also something that has come from the organizations themselves?
Who makes an organization? It is we. Somebody sometime made a benchmark. This is our benchmark. We have to cross this level every time, or the next. Remember your childhood days. If you come first, next year we first aana hai. Next year target is still this time only it is decided. You are nobody if you don't come first next year, right? We have all gone through such mistakes in life, and we are still going through that mistake. And I don't think it will come so soon, that this end will come so soon. So it is high time we all start introspecting our own selves. Yes, there is competition. Let's do better. Let's be a better human being what we were. Let's try to help somebody selflessly. If you can do it in an environment, I was, before coming this event in the hotel, I was hearing Simon Sinek. I'm sure many of you hear him. Great speaker. So he was sharing one incident wherein you would have seen in Discovery channels or Wild Geography that the boats, they go to catch fish and crabs, right? It's a stiff competition. Everybody is trying to, in fact, cheat everybody on the other ship that, yes, just to procure some more crabs, some more fish, right? But in an emergency, there was a person on the other boat who was thrown off by the heavy wave, right? So this captain of this particular ship instantly drove there, and their people helped him. And it is temperature is in minus. If you stay in that water in not less than a minute, I think your body will go under hypothermia. So they forgot about catching fish or crab. They instantly went there, helped that particular person. And each of them went back their home with a satisfaction and the feeling, with a feeling that they could save somebody. That kind of an attitude is important. Competition is important. Aage jana hai. But us aage jane mein, don't have that pleasure in that somebody is losing. That is where the problem is. We enjoy somebody's suffering. We don't enjoy our winning, right? So there was a very classic example given at times. God, for example, gave me and her. Suppose we were both worshipping and God came to me and said, "Ki, theek hai, Rishabh, I am very happy with you." And she's the God. And she says, "Ki, ask me something." So I said, "Very good." But then she puts a criteria or a condition, whatever you ask, the double your friend will get. So good. I was given the first chance. I said, "ठीक है, मुझे एक first class की Ferrari चाहिए पहला तो चलाया कभी नहीं है, देखा बहुत बार है." So of course, for a passionate enthusiast driver, a Ferrari is a dream. She gave me one Ferrari, two went to her. I was surprised. By God, she didn't have anything. Not even a small Fiat these days, which is already extinct in India. Only where it is surviving in our engines like Harriers and all, right? But then she got two Ferraris. I got only one Ferrari. I was so pissed off. But ठीक है, चलो मिल गया. I said, ठीक है, I want a mansion, huge mansion, right? She gave me one. She gave her two. Then again, I am frustrated. So my frustration kept on increasing. I asked, "Take one of my eyes." Both gone. I'm still not happy. Take one of my arm. Gone. Both gone. Take one of my leg. Both legs. The problem is this today. We don't enjoy what we want, but we suffer what others have. So this is the problem. And it happens within our corporate culture, within our society, school, college, everywhere. That is irony.
So the irony is not just, one organization or just, one person. It is something that prevails in the society. So we don't want to get into it. Otherwise, this will take us to a different direction. But then this is a fundamental problem that exists and that needs to be tackled and catered, no doubt about it. So one question related to, the social and the environmental good, because we are talking about being probably idle and ethical, and things like that, to Chandrajit. So do you think an organization's commitment to environment and social good also influences employees' decision to work for a company? Has it really, come of age? Or is it that people really want to choose a company because it is environmentally and socially doing good to the society? Does it really appeal the top talent especially?
Yes. ESG, environment, society, and the climate, the governance aspect. ESG is the one. And two aspects. I have seen the youngsters, because I travel to all the IIMs and other places also. They are also getting equally focused in selecting the organizations, any organization which is ESG focused, because they go through the investors report and they find a proper work done. That becomes their first choice. So many of the day zero, day one companies today are the ESG focused companies. So cutting a long story short, yes, ma'am, ESG is focused. And not only the students, you talk about talent. So what is talent? One is the current employees. What are the future employees? Those who might be in the environment today, if not today, will tomorrow and come work with you. And the third is the exited employees. But if you keep a proper brand, as we talk about, these exited employees who have left you might come back to you again, work here. So I find that all these employees are equally interested. The best example I can take this organized Tatas. I have worked in Tata's twice, and today if Tata's call me, I'll go back again because of their ethos, their work philosophy. So, and because they have a huge focus, I've personally seen recently in my own eyes what Tata Motors, Tata Steel have done, how they've changed lives. ESG is one of the differentiating factors for being a great employee.
Very true. I think every time you want to give examples for trust and ethos and, of a company, Tata is always on the top of the mind. Several examples when we want to really, take in the class, Tata is always on the top. So it really helps is what you feel.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So there are also a lot of, changes and transformation that we see in the organizations nowadays. To attract the best talent or to be the talent magnet, to what extent should organizations change their core philosophy? Do you think they should be doing it? And how should managers make sure that there is a synergy between what interests the candidates and what the organization stands for? Is it visible, the candidate's preference of certain values, and that's why the person is coming? Is it visible, or is it, still not very?
Ma'am, can you repeat the second question? I didn't get it. Second, talent.
So the second question is, how should managers make sure there is a synergy between what interests the candidate and what the organization stands for?
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I'll divide your question into two parts. Whether organizations should change their core philosophy. If required, yes, they have to change it. The environment is changing. The business we are doing 10 years back is no longer the same. And in the next 5 years, it's going to be different. We are talking about artificial intelligence, human intelligence. I'm talking of the neuropsychologists. A lot of things are changing. So somewhere, if required, organizations have to be flexible enough to change their core philosophy. But I see a difference. I have seen many organizations. They preach something, but many times they do not practice it, which came out in the previous discussion also. This is where the leaders have to be conscious that whatever they put as a vision, mission, values, they need to preach it. I have seen a managing director of a company who has redefined his values, and one of the values is caring. We will take care of our employees, comes out from the board meeting and fires 50 employees, sales employees, just because they have missed 1/4 of the sales. It's not that it was a multiple series of failures. Because of one failure, 50 people sales people are sacked. So they are not preaching the value they are talking about as a caring. So the leaders have to be conscious. Also, one thing, because you will be also joining as employees, while we are talking so much about employee well-being, employee health, we also need to be conscious as employees to take our organizational health. Many times we swing either side of the pendulum. Too much of focus on employee health is okay, but not at the cost of organizational health. What is organizational health? There are few, your organization profitability, your organization sustainability, supplier vendor management, a few definitions are. So also focus on, because you are the future leaders, I see. While you focus on your team members' health, focus on your organization's health also. That's critical. Now, answering your second question, ma'am, the synergy between the manager and the employees, absolutely yes. Otherwise, the team will not work. It will be a dysfunctional team. So creating a conducive atmosphere, which I said three things: the psychological safety of the employee, a shared mission and vision, and the voice of the employee. These three things are critical in creating synergy within the team and within the organization. This has to be taken care of.
So, what I understand is, instead of just a top-down approach of policies and, vision and mission and philosophy of a brand, it should also be a, bottoms-up approach, where the people who are at, the number of
it's
people.
not top-down, bottom. I'm saying 360-degree approach. Now, because many of them will be working in projects, where we also rubbing shoulders with the peers. You also need to listen to your peers also. Otherwise, the project will not go as per the deadline. The 360-degree approach is critical.
Yeah, okay. That's great. One question that I want to ask to, all of you, and I would like to, Rishabh, to start with, what are the hygiene factors, must-have factors, and the edges, that the companies must, which are perceived by the employees as, the best talent magnet, for an organization. What are these three? Hygiene, which are, common, which have to be there, must-haves, and then the edges. So how do you
See,
find them?
every organization has its own hygiene must have and or edge, right? But above all, I believe every organization should have a culture of respect, wherein everybody's words are valued. There is an open communication culture. People should not be bullied or subdued or whatever you say that people should be allowed to express their own thoughts. And that is where the young talent can be fostered properly. If you don't have that culture, it doesn't mean anything to have great people from outside and prove them as donkeys later.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Basics har jagah hota hai, every college. This college also has some kind of a basic facility. Every other college you will say they have some basic facilities, or some big colleges would also have such facilities, right? But at least if your words are valued, if you are allowed to explore your own potential, that is where what is the best for you.
So probably in addition to, respect and having open communication, one of the most fundamental hygiene factor now, the world we live in is what is the impact, each role is creating. That's a consciousness that the organizations have to build. And when, you all sign up for a job, or when I sign up for my job, I should know, because, half of what, Mr. Rishabh pointed out in terms of the problem with the society is because we want someone else to do it, right? And we discussed a lot in our previous session about being mindful, being empathetic. So I think these are now hygiene factors. Gone are the days when these are like nice to have. Now it's a fundamental trait. And gone are the days when it is empathy is associated only with leaders. Empathy is now associated with every single individual, not just in an organization context, everywhere. And the edge, so-called edge, is the organization's USP. Because, there are organizations which are there only for profit. There is nothing wrong in it. But if you are a person who are seeking impact, and if you want to be socially responsible, you should not join a company which is very profit-oriented and which is very business-minded and say, "Arey, there is a disconnect." So then, you say they don't have the basic hygiene. But that is not it is, right? It is a wrong selection. So I would say the hygiene in terms of the softer traits are common, like what Mr. Rishabh said, across. But the must-haves and the edges are what we define, as in what I define as an individual for the organization that I want to work with. It is never mandated by the organization. If I want something, I have to ask for it. If I want something, I have to seek that clarification and ensure that, yes, it is there, it is not there. And then be conscious and take the decision.
Yes.
Jokingly, I would like to say a family that eats together stays together. That means the family which eats together, the bonding is much higher. So it is a must, since you asked about the must. The manager must have at least once a month lunch with his team members. A lot of things which we're talking about automatically will be addressed there itself. Now, translating into management actions, because this is a management school. So what are the key things? One is openness in the organization or among teammates. We have to be open, no politics. Please don't allow politics to come in. Be open, be transparent as much possible, and let it be a dialogue-based company. Let both of you talk to each other. It's not the manager has told me I will do that, or the subordinates overpower. In Indians, I have seen overpower the man. No, let it be a dialogue-based organization. These are the few things, and eat together once a month. Take the team out and have lunch together. Talk to them as a person. You will see many of the issues getting resolved. Thanks. Thank you.
Wonderful. I wish we had more time. So this is signaling time is up. But it was wonderful, and we saw a range of must-haves here, like from small gestures of having food together to respect that is something that has to be culturally embedded in a workplace, both of them, and of course, getting the things that you want. And, so this was a great discussion, I must say. Are we going to open the floor for questions?
Unfortunately, due to the time constraint that we have, we won't be able to address the questions of the delegates and our students.
Okay, so just a last note, as the competition of exceptional talent intensifies, I think it makes sense for the companies to invest, in cultivating a robust employer brand. And if the companies have a sense of purpose beyond making profits, probably the employees also will have a sense of purpose beyond compensatory benefits. I think it is very mutually interdependent. Thank you so much. It was great having you all here.
Thank you to all the speakers for sharing their thoughts. Now we would take a moment to felicitate our panelists with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Asha Sharma to please do the honors. I request Mr. Rishabh Dev, ex-Chief Human Resources Officers at Noveltech Feed Private Limited, to please step forward to receive the memento. I request Ms. Purna Pushkala, Group Head Samonati, to please step forward to receive the memento. I request Mr. Chandrajit Pati, CHRO at Marshall Goldsmith, to please step forward to receive the memento. We are also delighted to present the goodies from our sponsors: Skoda, our official title sponsor; Baidyanath, our official gifting partner; Amul, our official refreshment partner; Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner; Safe Express, our official supply chain partner; Clovia, our official beauty partner; Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thanks to all the speakers once again for the brilliant insights into the topic Talent Magnet. Thank you, Dr. Asha Sharma, for the flawless direction of the panel discussion. We're happy to inform you that refreshments would be served right at your table. Shreya, how do you remember brands?
Mostly by the way they promote themselves.
Exactly. A customer knows a brand with the impression that they make. To make a note of the connections and impressions the audience has for our sponsors as a brand, let us do some brainstorming on the session. If you know, you know. Can we have the questions, please? In the world of dairy, which brand brings a smile to your face with their utterly delicious ads featuring the famous baby girl? Please go ahead. Yes, that's absolutely right. Amul.
Question 2. What's the famous tagline of Amul that's often found on their quirky advertisement and is also the longest running outdoor advertisement campaign in the world? Any?
Go. Yes.
Yeah.
Amul, the taste of India. Amul is well known for its range of dairy products. But which popular product of theirs is a household favorite for making sandwiches? Anyone? Yes, Amul butter.
Which iconic thump thump sound can be heard on the streets, making hearts race and head turn?
Anyone? Royal Enfield.
Correct.
Royal Enfield is the famous thump thump sound. Royal Enfield motorcycles are renowned for their classic design and heritage. But can you name the flagship model that shares its name with the famous Himalayan pass? Anyone? Himalayan. Yes, that's right. The Royal Enfield Himalayan.
The signature thump thump sound of the Royal Enfield bikes is due to their engine being of what configuration? Can anyone guess?
Single cylinder. That's absolutely correct. Up next, which car brand is known for its stylish designs, powerful engines, and making you feel like a Skoda-tastic superstar on the road? Skoda. That's absolutely correct.
Looking for wellness solution with ancient wisdom, which brands provide Ayurvedic product to keep you healthy all day long? Can anyone guess?
Any guesses? Baidyanath. And last but not the least, which logistics company makes deliveries look like a dance with their packages? Yes, Safe Express is the answer. Thank you everyone for your very active participation. You really made it an enjoyable experience. So a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to an impactful leader, Mr. Satish Anand, President, Cluster Head at Hindalco Aditya Birla Group. He is a distinguished professional with a remarkable career spanning more than 3 decades in human resources and corporate affairs, with a wealth of enriching experience in diverse sectors such as chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and FMCG. He has held esteemed leadership positions at renowned organizations such as Tata and Aditya Birla Group. His contributions in driving change management processes and rationalization programs have played a pivotal role in achieving organizational excellence for these organizations.
As a strategist, master negotiator, and prolific networker, Mr. Anand has established himself to be a role model leader. His expertise in industrial relations, corporate affairs, talent development, employee engagement, and empowerment initiatives has brought incredible values and learning to the organization he's been associated with. In addition to his corporate excellence, Mr. Anand actively participates as the panel member on various government bodies addressing HR and IR challenges. His dedication to the field has earned him a place on the technical committee for Prime Minister's Award, and he has also received prestigious awards such as AIOE Award for the Best IR Relationship Company and the National Award for Significant Achievements in Employee Relations, further highlighting his exceptional reputation and impact in the industry.
We take immense pride in inviting Mr. Satish Anand as a keynote speaker to the dais to share his insights on the topic Millennial Workforce Makeover. The stage is all yours, sir.
I was just listening, sitting here. Hello. Hello. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I think I was just sitting there and listening our esteemed speakers in last 2 panels. So they were talking of mindfulness, they were talking of talent and all those things. Let's do one exercise. Are you ready to do that exercise? One exercise of 5 minutes. I am a firm believer of 2 things in my life. One is the power which we are looking outside the world, which is within ourselves. What is that power? So that exercise, I'm going to do that because I want energy in this room. And from that energy, I will draw that energy to myself, and then I will do my presentation. This is the purpose. I am a firm believer of 2 things. One is happiness, which is within you and you're looking to outside world. Let's do some exercise. Let's do some activity which will give you that. And the most power which I'm talking about is appreciation. I'm a certified trainer for appreciative inquiry and ikigai. So I'm not going to do all those things here because time is not there, but those are most powerful tools I have seen in my life. And I always do whenever I meet youngsters, young professionals like you in my company, my group, and outside the world also. So what we can do that, we can make a pairs of 2 each, wherever we are sitting. You can make pairs of 2 each. Wherever you're sitting, just turn around and make a pair of 2 each. And share with your partner the best moments of your life, Just share that. Yeah, do that. The best moments of your life, which you have enjoyed. Personal, professional, anything. I'm not here as a guiding you anything. Whatever you want to share. The best moment of your life, just share. 2 minutes each. 2 minutes you will share and then share with your partner. It's sharing. You are alone. Okay. So once you complete, you turn down to your partner. Let him or her allow also to do that same. You have done that. Once you have done that, please put your clapping. Clapping is the best thing. Whosoever is done can clap. Clapping is also one of the tools which gives you a lot of energy. While we do clapping, it is scientifically proven. So what I did that, when you talk about best moment of your life, this is scientifically proven that in our body, there is 80 to 90% is the chemicals, is the liquid. And whatever thoughts comes in your mind, ultimately, reaction happens. And you get the energy out of that. And the same, why I did that? Because I was seeing people are sitting there and they're feeling a little bit bored or something like that. So I want to create an energy, good feelings. So let me say that one of the most powerful tool you have with you is appreciation. While we look for position, we look for money. There's no need of money. There's no need of money. No position. I'm a president, not president, hardly matter. I'm only a citizen. Satish, if I appreciate somebody, you can try it out. What you should do that today, when you go home, or sorry, in your rooms or wherever, you call your mother and just appreciate for her foods or anything which you remember in your childhood days, or your sister or your father, whomsoever you want. Just share the best moment of your life with them. You see that how much affection, how much appreciation gives turned around into energy and good feelings in that. That's the power appreciation has. I'm not going to talk about ikigai, which is talk about happiness. We are looking to happiness outside, but happiness is inside. There's 2 books. You can go and read about them, and that will give you a lot of picture about that. So my presentation is going to cover 6, knowing the millennials and their importance. Are we ready for them? What is their meaning for the workplace? And they are the emerging leaders and the way forward. If you see demography, they are born between early 1980s and 90s. They are approximately 40% of India working age population. skill level, they are highly skilled. They are focused on more on tech. They are agile. And also we see that they are autonomous work style. They have like work-life balance, and they are flexible in their working. Aspirations, they are aspiring for freedom, early in life, fire, financial independence, and retire early. You must have seen that. Everybody is looking to that. And also they want hobby given due weightage because they want hobby to be taken care of, and planning career as well. I'm running this presentation very fast because I will have then some examples I will share with you how we are handling in our companies, our groups where I worked with. So millennials do not shy away from taking risks. They are risk takers because they understand that they like challenges. They always challenge status quo, and they want a fresh perspective to existing challenges. They are very important for the organizations because they are the future leaders, not only organization, to society, to country, everywhere. They are going to lead future. So they have to be taken care of that. And one of the research which has been done by PwC, a consultancy company, who has done a survey, and when they find out how many employers do you accept to have in your career, you will be shocked to say that 54% say they want 2 to 5 employers. They are not going to stay with one. So that is gone. That was in our time. We used to say that we'll work with Tata Birla. No, they are looking to many more. So are we ready? The most important is that only to know them is going to solve our problem. As an organization, are we ready? That's the question an organization has to ask, and we are asking as an organization. And every organization is working on that since last few years because they want us to see that they are successful. So what we are doing that, which of the following things do you believe make an organization an attractive employer? This was the question again asked to PwC as asked. And the answer you will find that 2 important things coming out of that. One is they are saying that they want a career growth, they want a development, and they want a money, finance. These are the 2 most important things are coming out. And one of the research which has come out also, and is a famous quote also, they say that you should stay with the organization with only 2 reasons. Otherwise you leave organization. One is that you get a very handsome package, financial package. That's one thing. What is second? What is second? Anybody can guess? Development, value addition in self. If you see that either you are getting money, huge money, or you're getting value added in yourself. You are developing. You are not, I'm talking of designations, not I'm saying good human beings. How much you are being developing as a professional, as an individual. These 2 development parts are most important. Workplace, we are looking to flexible work culture is ideal one too. And we also want to see differently our welfare amenities, canteens, sitting arrangements, work-life balance, all those things are also going to be very important in that non-formal working style. Millennials believe in autonomy, trust, and independence in work culture with a blend of technology and theory. How they want their workplace. Once they want interview, we were having a old style of conducting interviews, which you have seen now have changed interview. They want a different type of things had to happen when they join, during the interview, when they come to induction program even, they are looking to different type of induction program also they are looking to that. They are also saying that they are very important is day 0 to 90, because that is the most important thing when they come to any industry. And especially Aditya Birla Group has a very, very robust taking care of such type of programs where we take care of young professional who is going to join us, how we are going to take care of them, not only 0 to 90 days, but 3 years program are ready. Next 3 years, how we are going to handle them. So we know that what we want to do that. We also see that there are somebody allotted to them. So they are very comfortable with that. When he join them, he takes care of them. he actually mentor them, and everything should be arranged in that. Also, we looked into that grievances, how their grievances are being handled in the organization. That is also very important for when they are joining. Any young professional joining in the company, how we are in touch with him, how we understand what is going through that. So these are also very important things which we are taking. And also we have a dedicated young talent management team in Aditya Birla Group who takes care of specific needs of the young professional joining in the company. And they are always in touch with them online 24/7. So that we are aware of that, how we are taking. We also want to ensure that onboarding experience is lifetime experience. They are going to remember whole life their career. Also, what we are saying that the last panel was talking about that, how we say that employers, emerging leaders, how we are going to attract them and how we are going to retain them. Again, the PwC, my presentation has a lot of reference from PwC. So which of the following factors most influence your decision to accept your current job? So when you see that, and also he asked that, how satisfied are you with the opportunity for career progression in your current role? So the 37% says satisfied and very satisfied, 30%. So that 50% people talk about that. And 27% say neither, they are not satisfied. Only 50% will satisfy the opportunities for career. So there's a huge scope for organization to work on that. Opportunity, the most important thing when you find in that, opportunity for personal development, which I was talked about that. Diverse workforce with focus all kind of a diversity. Diversity is again becoming very important. And in Aditya Birla Group also, we are ensuring that when we have a fresh recruitment, whenever we must have minimum 30 to 40% diversity in recruitments. So that is one of the things we take care of that. We are a very old brand. So it will take some time for us to come to a reasonable numbers. Total rewards must be competitive. I told you that we cannot ignore rewards. Rewards is not only financials, but many other things which have to be taken care of that. Job role must be enriched with the time and due promotion must be provided. Flexible work environment with support from senior leadership. This is very important because the senior leadership has a role in that, and they have to ensure that they are grooming them through their careers. We have a lot of programs, which is ABGLP, Hindalco, GMLP programs, where we ensure that our young professionals are being groomed and being prepared for senior leadership program. Facilitating exposure to national and global career opportunity through Explore job portal we have to ensure that they get a career. The way forward. Our chairman in Aditya Birla Group has put up a challenge to us saying that we are working on that. We have just recently launched this program where this says the first 10 years are very important for youngsters, young professional. So what we are talking Aditya Birla Group in first 10 years, first 10, best 10. So this is a punchline we are using in Aditya Birla Group. First 10, best 10. What we are doing in that, ABG follow role rotation, 3 rotation in 10 years, 2 in the area and 1 cross specialization. So these are the move which make you feel that you are learning and development happening, exposures are happening, you are being ready for the future leadership program. So this is the one of the most important thing, I think, for the youngsters, which we are young professionals we are taking with us. We are also ensuring that we are being able to upskill, to upgrade, because they are quick learners. And we have a lot of programs for e-learning. Also, we have a lot of programs where functional competency, behavior, managerial, leadership are being taken care, and they are being exposed in first 3 years of their career. So that those are being taken care. We have a flexi work environment we are talking, organizations are talking like that, which is we are talking hybrid type of working. Also, we are saying that wherever we have I belong to a manufacturing organization. I have 30 plants in India and I handle 40,000 workforce. So how we ensure that our plant runs, because the metal company, Hindalco, and also we ensure that they have a flexible workforce at the manufacturing site also. It's easy to be in head office, it's easy to be in some service industry, it's easy to be in IT, but we have ensured in our manufacturing plant also, we have that flexi working also and hybrid working also. From home you can operate. We have gone to automation where my person sitting here can control the plant in the Odisha. Such type of automation technology has come where you need not to be at workplace. So those type of things we are working so that we have flexible and career growth in that. Career acceleration. We are also providing, I told you that job rotation, job satisfaction and the organization and loyalty awards we are also giving them. How we can ask our young professionals to stay with us and get awarded for that. Even we are not talking 20 years, 25 years, which was the old. Now we are talking of 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. We are rewarding them for those career with us if they are making that. So I have run this presentation very fast. So now I'm open to question answer and I can share with you some examples which you want. So any question answer?
Good evening, sir. My name is Parikshit Japta from OM 2325 batch. And thank you for the delightful session, sir. So I have also worked in a manufacturing plant, and in COVID situation, I have faced a problem that our plant was operating at the 50% workforce, and as the plant was operating, as we had the manual batch process, we had to be present at that time, and 12-hour shift we have to do. As you were mentioning about the manufacturing automation, can you explain about what type of automation is being done, and is it applicable for all type of the process like the continuous and the batch one? If you can shed some light on this, sir.
Sure. I think one of the most important part for any manufacturing organization like us, who are 80 years old, 70 years old history, has to modernize their plant. What we are doing that during the COVID, we have learned from that. Even we got our machines installed in India, not calling because we were not in that position to call Italy guy who has supplied our engineering machinery, or China, or maybe other countries. We could now have a automation in a sense that you have a cameras you put here and you go down in the kiln, the temperature is so big. By only this, the real picture of that thing goes to the Italy guy who is sitting there in the net, and the person who is doing the work gets instruction from them. Also our team is sitting in control room guiding that person to work. So like that, and automation, and also machine, AI in machine, we are talking about that. Our every machine is now technology we have using that. They tell us how the machine is behaving now. And he tell us in proactively, say that there will be going to some problem, there is going to be some maintenance requirement, because those data are being transferred very fast, and there is a control room sitting somewhere else who is analyzing and monitoring that. So that helps taking a fast decision. We are moving very, very fast in that field because we have realized that young professionals which we are hiring is not going to do operational routine job for more than 2-3 years. And I am a firm believer of that. They must given value add. They must add value if you want to retain somebody. Nobody is going to do routine jobs. So what for if you're hiring young professional, we hire from NITs, IIMs, they are not going to stay with us. So what we are saying that we are asking them to not do an operational job or looking job there. We are asking him to see that how our machine can be modernized, how we can do differently, how we can be creative, how we can be innovative, how we can be different. These are the challenges we are throwing to them. And we have a very interesting thing. I think one of the things which I told you that we are encouraging people to fail. We have a failure Mahotsav. Recently I did where thousands of our employees participated, and I myself admitted what are the failures I did in my life. And people come and share, and they are being rewarded for that. So that's the learning we do that. We say that people to fail initially, not in that stage also we fail, but we encourage people to fail, do creative, do innovative, to experiment. But I am a law graduate from Delhi University, so I'm using the word bona fide and mala fide. So your intention should be right in failing, not doing mischieving with the company. Then we don't allow it. So if you're doing something, you're failing, you will reward it. We have a board in the company, in the gate, in every shop floor, where failures are put there, saying that what are the failures, what are the learning, and the best learning implies themselves see that and vote for that, and we reward that. That's the way we handle it.
A very good evening, sir. This is CSA from OM 2224 batch. Sir, can the employer ikigai and employee ikigai be 100% superimposed? Can the employer ikigai and employee ikigai be 100% superimposed without any deviation?
I could not get it.
Can the employer ikigai and employee ikigai be 100% superimposed?
No, no, no. That cannot be superimposed. Never can be superimposed. That cannot be superimposed. But what happens? No, you set the tone. You set the tone. You have a platform there where all of the employees, maybe boss or subordinate or colleagues, are there. And one thing we do that very interesting. Just sit down, sit down. Regarding this, maybe you get a better answer for that. What we do in company, we encourage people. No, if you understand, employee have two things. One is that professional assignment. We say KRA, we say job, JD, OD, all these things. This is one side. The second type, if you say ikigai, you are talking about that. Ikigai is basically a guy who is happy, who has a hobby converted into profession, and that got money, and then he gives back to society. So we have all the four circles available to our employees, saying that you have a job, you have a hobby, you are being paid for that, good money, and you could get back to society. So all those things are there. We have even young professionals joining us. We have a very CSR also. And apart from that, we have a hobby classes, Toastmaster, all those things. Everything is there in the company where you can participate and you get a reward for that. You get a points for that. You know, appraisal, what we system, we have just changed our little bit change in professional appraisal system also. There's some part is necessarily will be a job, but there's some part which is how part, which is a very important, I think we miss in our companies. We missed in our life. How part is most important, which I've learned from Tatas and Birlas we have worked. How part is most important because how you are doing the things is being rewarded. So then if you are participating in many such forums and you are doing that, you are rewarded. Once you have that culture in the company, it creates an ecosystem there and that take care.
Thank you.
I hope you got the answer.
Good evening, sir. I am Pratham Kumar from OM 2224 batch. Thank you for the insightful session. What I would like to ask is like Gen Z, as the trend is going on, they're diverse across the different roles in the organization. How is the rewards and recognition based on the job role given? How is that being implemented in the
one thing was written there. I've not read that and not explained you. One of the most important is we are doing it. No, one side is mentoring. Now the thing is changing. I'm also learn from my youngsters who are joining me. So suppose myself, I'm not very good in technology, tech part. So reverse mentoring, which is called. We also have a reverse mentoring process in our company where I myself do that because I learn from them, youngsters who join me. So I am also, one side I'm doing mentoring to my team, youngsters who are joining us. Same time, I'm also learning from them. And that's the culture we have made. And that's a culture we have made because we have to understand that every generation has something in them. We have to appreciate, which I told you, appreciation. We had a 2-minute exercise in that. We said that appreciation. We have to appreciate what a new employee, young professional bringing on the table. You have to appreciate, you have to take that, and you have to give back. Once you take something from somebody, second person is ready to take something from you. If only you give gyan to youngsters, they will not going to listen to you. I have seen in my life, I have 2 kids. So मैं जब भी उनको कुछ बोलता हूँ, बीच में से कान में से रुई निकाल के कहेगा, हो गया आपका सब कुछ? So I learned from that, saying that start with appreciating. So now why I do that, he listens me. I start appreciating. I say, you have this, please help me. I don't know how to do that. Then he helps me, then he listens me. Then I say, boss, ye bhi kar lete hain, ye bhi kar lete hain life mein. Then he says, ab main karunga. So that's the way we have learned in life. No, you have to understand, your new generations is little different. You have to appreciate. You have to say that ज्ञान only, इनको ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए, ये करना चाहिए, वो करना चाहिए, वो उनको बहुत मिल जाता है. बहुत पढ़ने को मिल जाता है. But same time, if you say that you are valuable, you have something which I want to learn from you, he's more happy to work with you. I have a very big youngsters. We recruit 500 young professional every year, and in management cadre and 1,000 in staff. So I always work with them and I learn from them. I'm always learning from them, how to handle them, how to work with them. And every day is a new day for me for learning. Today I will also learn from you. Your questions are giving me some learning, because while I'm answering, I'm going through interpretation that what I am supposed to do for that. Thank you. I hope I given the answer. Thank you. Any other questions? Anything other sharing you want me to do, I will be doing that. I have a lot of energy. Don't worry, I've taken from you energy.
Yes, sir. Like we'd like you to share more about your experiences working with millennials and Gen Z.
I'm not able to listen what he's saying.
We'd like you to share more of your experiences working with millennials and Gen Z.
I will share with you. No, few years back, when I was not that ready to work with new generation joining with me, my team. So I was struggling. I give him whenever I give him some assignment, and he's not delivering me what I want from him. And and then I realized that you cannot give something to you. Ask somebody to do something without giving him freedom, without giving him ecosystem which is required to do them, and also beyond the boundaries allow him to do that, which I did that. I'm just sharing with you how I did that. Initially I learned, I failed, but I learned that how to do that. I have a team members with my team. I'm in manufacturing HR head for India. I have 32 plants, and my direct report is, I don't know where she sits, and when he comes to office, I have no clue. In night, 11 o'clock, she sent me a mail, and I gave 11:10 answer. So I have given him freedom. She has a baby. So she says that I can work only after my baby is on the bed. She works in night, and I am adjusting myself by working with her. And she is one of the best performer in my team. She has done a wonderful job, and I have awarded him the best HR professional in my team. While people say she has not come to office from last 8 months, I don't know where she is. But she is performing so well because I have allowed her to do the work with the freedom and also flexible working hours, adjustments. And also, but what I do that, I have a broader guidelines of the organization, which I share with them, very frank. We have very open discussion, transparent discussion. Those are things there. And then we allow them to do the work. So most important thing, what in our organization, we are doing that, we are not going with the old style of functioning now. We have changed our style of functioning. We say that it is a basic principle of quality circle. I'm a very man of ground because I worked my whole life in industries, in a shop floor. So I my clues and I learned from there. No, best person who does the job knows the best. Leave him. Don't do micromanagement. तुम कहाँ गए थे, काम इतना खत्म हुआ नहीं हुआ, तुमने ऐसा क्यों किया, तुमने वैसा क्यों किया, it will not give you result. I can tell you they will give you wonderful things if you give them freedom. But tell them what are the beyond boundaries, what is say that big boundaries you have to set that this has to be done. That's the way I learn from them and organization is learning from them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights and taking all the questions and answering them precisely. We would now take a moment to felicitate Dr. Anand with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Prasad Joshi, Associate Professor at SIOM, to please do the honors. We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Skoda, our official title sponsor, Paidyanath, our official gifting partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, and Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors. We are grateful for your support.
We'll take a picture. Just a 5 minutes.
Let's have a huge round of applause again for our sponsors.
What a beautiful evening this has turned out to be. And the memories shall be captured without any delay. I shall invite all our speakers, Dr. Vandana, our director, and all our faculty members, along with Ms. Ondala Day, our convener, onto the stage so that we can capture this moment for the day one of HR Summit 2023. Please, sir. Life's greatest wisdom lies in taking the lessons learned and turning them into stepping stones for a brighter future. The time has come to wind up the day and take the day off with a plethora of learnings. We will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. with a sequence of notable keynotes and panel discussions. Stay tuned, stay curious, happy networking.